Um, hello and welcome back to the Wild. My name is Beast, and today we're back with my other wings. That was close. I almost started the fucking recording while my mic was muted. That would have been very bad. Anyways, so yeah. Basically, what we're going to be doing here now is going for Amane-Route. And the choices for Amane-Route are Wait for Agea, I Like You, Amane, and Amane. So let's go do that. She said she'd be finished soon, so I'll wait here.
そう。じゃあ、私は先に行く。
Kotri said that while pouting for some reason and went off without me. Did you get angry? Oh, that's nothing out of the ordinary.
お待たせー。あれ、ハバネさんは？
As she went on ahead.
そう。ねえ、葵。
Yeah.
ハバネさんってさ、私のことどう思ってるのかな？
Uttered reflexively.
やっぱ嫌われてる？
I don't think that's it. She replies to you, but she replies when you greet her. Kotri's case, I'm pretty sure she wouldn't do that if she hated someone.
でも、葵とは超仲良しだよね。
That's so?
だってさ、葵が今一番仲いい子ってハバネさんじゃん。
Well, we live in the same dorm.
涼子も飛び噂そうだけど、学校じゃほとんど話さないじゃん。
Hiroko was one of the boarders in the same year as us. She was also Aga's friend. But I hardly ever spoke to her at school.
ほら。
Well, maybe you have a point. But what is this all of a sudden?
別に、言ってみただけ。
Are you angry about it?
かもね。
Is this jealousy or something?
はい？
Well, you and I are childhood friends and have been close ever since we were kids. I think of you as one of my best friends. When we were kids, Agia was my very best friend. Even if there was a 5-year gap, that shouldn't have changed. But apparently, in Agia's eyes, Kotri had become my closest friend recently. Sure, we do spend a lot of time together. So, I thought that Agia might be feeling jealous because of this.
うぬぼれすぎって言いたいところだけど、それもあるかな。葵をハバネさんに取られちゃった気分。
She said miserably. That's not really how I see it. Still think of you as my very best friend. I'll help you whenever you're in trouble, just like you always have for me. And a bit of faith in me. Aga's expression seemed to ask just when did we start talking about something like this.
何言い出すのよ、あんたは。いやー、相変わらず熱い子だね、葵は。今ので元気出た。
I see, that's good to hear.
でもさ、やきもちと言われればその通りかもしれない。私、葵にやきもち焼いてんだ。だって私のハバネさん怪獣作戦は失敗したのに、葵とはあっさり仲良くなっちゃって。私って魅力ないのかな？
Yeah, sometimes.
葵には人を引きつける魅力があるのよ。なんつって。
What the hell?
どうすりゃハバネさんと仲良くなれるんだろう。
Agia folded her arms above her head and sighed. And we're skipping. Let me just pause the recording, I guess. Alright, we're back, and I thought the next one would just be a choice, but no, it's just here. When I came back from the bath, Amane was still sitting in the dining hall and staring at the designs. I took some barley tea from the fridge, sat in front of the electric fan to cool myself off. I didn't feel like the right time to talk to her, so I just enjoyed the breeze from the fan and absentmindedly gazed at her profile. She sure is pretty. When she's focused like this, she looks so elegant and cool. I guess actually close that one as well. She was completely engrossed in her own world, and there was a peculiar air about her that prevented others from approaching her. Normally she's absent-minded and gives off the impression that she's a nice and gentle person. When I see her with such a serious expression from time to time, my heart skips a beat. There was two sides to her. I felt Mochizuki Amane to be a mysterious and fascinating person. Wouldn't be strange if she applied to be a model in a fashion magazine. She's pretty, tall, slender, and has a good figure. However, she doesn't care about such things at all, and sometimes even seems to forget she's a girl. Felt it was a bit of a waste. Well, that's just who she was. When I was thinking that and watching her from the side, Senpai muttered something as if she suddenly remembered it.
Aoi-kun wa watashi no koto ga suki nano ka?
Huh? She said it so nonchalantly, it took me a moment to grasp what she was talking about. As I struggled to find an answer, Senpai looked over at me. What did you say?
Aoi-kun wa watashi no koto ga suki nano ka?
What's this all of a sudden? No, that's not why I was looking at you like that! I really do like her, so it was tough to come up with that excuse.
Nanda, chigau no ka?
Senpai muttered with a little disappointment. Well, now we have the choice just right here. Boom. I do like you. I was a little flustered as I answered. Senpai blushed a little. Don't backpedal! In the same way I like Kotorinoge. I also blushed and added that sheepishly. Isn't that obvious? If I didn't like you, I wouldn't be spending time with you like this. Senpai, do you dislike me?
そんなことない。好きだぞ。葵くんやみんなのこと。一緒にいて楽しいからな。そうか。そういうことか。
What made you think that? Why did she ask me that all of a sudden?
お風呂に入ってる時にな。小鳥とアゲハが言ってたんだ。葵くんが好きなのは私じゃないかって。
What the hell? Sounds like they're convinced I must have a crush on someone. So you thought, why not ask him about it? Senpai nodded with an innocent expression. You don't normally ask the person in question about stuff like that?
そうか。そうなのか。
Senpai muttered that and turned back to the blueprints. Her expression became focused in an instant. Oh, sorry, I mean became focused in an instant. Finished work drinking barley tea, then stood up and went to wash the glass. Well done, I'm off to bed now. She got near me. Quietly turned the electric fan in Senpai's direction and left the dining hall. Oh, my heart skipped a beat there. As I closed the door behind me, I put a hand on my chest. My heart was still pounding. I think she'd suddenly ask me something like that. When such a cute girl looks at you and asks if you like her, it will make your heart pound whether you like her or not. I laid down on my bed. Seemed like my racing heart wasn't going to calm down for a while.
皆様、長い間ご迷惑をおかけしておりましたが。
Also, like, I'm considering potentially looking into getting SMT5. I could be getting, like, because that seems like the most accessible I'll ever get into trying out an SMT game. Because I'm not about to fucking try it, like, I don't know, what's the one on Steam? Nocturne, I think? Reminds me. It was fun, like, because I've been watching a few videos before, mainly like a few videos by Fither, where it's like, yes. One was, I think, the Demi-Fiend versus 1,000 Morganas. The other being, what was it again? I think it was, what was it? The recent one. Hold on. Oh, there we go. The How Powerful is Nahobino. Why does Fither have a video that's literally just titled "The Mod That Makes Nahobino Too Thick"? What? Like, I know that people kind of got fucking insane when they saw fucking femboy Shin Megami Tensei protagonist. But still. Jesus. Anyways, we're going back to skipping. Ah, there we go. We're at the beach now, and we can finally pick the actual right option. Amane. I think that Amane suits her the best. One slightly red as answered, and the other two girls glared straight at me.
ふーん。やっぱりだ。
What?
いや、ハマネちゃんの胸見てたでしょ。いやらしい。
I'll just say this right now. That swimsuit, I've mentioned before. It's like exactly the same one as Rika wore in Hoshiori Yume Mirai, which fits because of the voice actress. Basically. And Rika had like the second smallest boobs in that game. So do not fucking judge me like this, you little shit. I don't know why I did that motion. That looked hella gay. Like stereotypically gay. You mean like, you know what I mean? Like fucking drag queen and all that. Yas queen and all. Yeah. I know why I'm doing this.
胸
What? I can't help it. Look at her looking at a swimsuit means looking at that area. Oh, but it sure looks great when she takes off her clothes. Took another look and unintentionally my eyes met with Senpai's.
ありがとう。なんだかくすぐったいな。
When she looked back at me with such a delightful, naive smile, I felt a little guilty. Back to skipping we go. There we go, now we're at the whose time is it to stay up? Amane. Is it Amane's?
ああ、そうだ。私だ。そっか。先輩、よろしくお願いしますね。
Well then, I'd better quickly have a bath and go to bed then. If the morning glory does occur, we'd have to fly right away. That's why we left the glider on the runway and just covered it with a sheet. Even if hold on, we can just skip. Can't sleep. Closed my eyes and rolled over in bed, but sleep was not returning. I got up and opened the curtains. The sky was still dark. I could see the flickering stars. When I took a look outside, but no one was there. It was Amane's turn this morning. Where could Senpai be? Maybe she went back to her room. Tried searching around a bit, but she's nowhere to be seen. Feeling sleepy again. Maybe I should return to my room and sleep. As I said this to myself, my steps turned towards the gate. From there, I saw Amane standing in the middle of the runway absent-mindedly. Senpai!
やあ、葵くん。
What are you doing out here?
空を見ていたんだ。ここの方が見晴らしがいいからな。
She said and looked up. Tempted, I gazed at the sky too. The whole sky stretching overhead was filled with stars.
今日はもう現れそうにないな。
I guess so. The sky was calm, the stars were blocked by clouds, and their countless lights were shining down on the earth. It's just before dawn, and there was no trace of the weather conditions necessary to create to create the gigantic passage of clouds. Guess we can only hope it'll show up tomorrow.
ああ。
Shepard replied while she continued looking up at the sky. In her profile, there was a hint of sadness. Don't worry, he'll surely come. When he set that baseless remark, Amane gave me a sidelong
どうして
glance.
そう思うんだい？
I don't know whether it'll come or not, but if we assume it won't come, we won't be able to do anything, right?
おう。
Then I believe it's better to only consider the situation when it occurs. If it doesn't come, too bad. It's not that we'll wait here for the rest of our lives. We have a time limit. The time limit is until Amane quits.
私はずっと待ち続けてきた。
Senpai said she was looking at the distant
そ
sky.
して待つことができる最後の年を迎えてしまった。けどその最後の年に葵くんたちが来てくれた。そしてようやく飛ぶための準備が整ったんだ。だから今年こそはモーニンググローリーに現れてほしい。
Are we really gonna leave? Couldn't resist asking this. Senpai smiled a little.
そういう約束だからな。
Amane is leaving. Just imagining it made my chest squeeze from loneliness. I want to spend more time with you, Senpai. In that garage.
私もだ。今年の夏は楽しかったからな。
Senpai giggled as she recalled
み
it.
んなのおかげでいい思い出がたくさんできた。
Let's make lots more, even after the summer holiday is over.
それは贅沢というものだ。何せ私は他のみんなより余分に学生生活を送っているのだからな。
So after you quit, you won't be coming back to school? Senpai didn't say anything. She was gazing at the sky in
思えば
silence.
私は学生としてやり残したことがたくさんある。普通の倍近くも学生生活を続けながら、みんなの半分もそれを楽しめなかった気がする。
Wish I got to know you sooner. Wish I could spend more time of my... more of my... I wish I could spend some more of my ordinary student life with you, Amane. Amane smiled kindly with her whole face. The broad smile startled me a little.
私もだ。きっと毎日楽しかっただろうな。イスカと達也もいてくれたら、今年の夏のような日々が5年間毎日続いたに違いない。
When she imagined that, what if school life, Senpai smiled happily.
私がそんな風に思えるようになるなんてな。君たちと過ごした夏は、学生生活の楽しさをぎゅっと凝縮したような季節だった。
The way she speaks makes it sound like it's already over. It made me feel somewhat sad and frustrated. Summer's not over yet. Aren't there still things you want to do? They are. I want to help you fulfill them.
そうだな。モーニンググローリーを飛ぶことかな。
This will come true. There's absolutely no guarantee that the morning glory will appear in the few days we have left. But when I thought of all the time that Senpai had been waiting, I considered this a white
な
lie.
ら、あれかな。
What's that?
恋だ。
Love? Senpai nodded.
私は恋愛を経験したことがない。普通の学生なら、もうとっくにしているものなのだろう。
That's... well... perhaps? If you include unrequited love, that would include most people. Is there someone you like?
どうなんだろう。自分でもよくわからないんだ。イスカが言っていた。恋とは素晴らしいものだと。恋をすると、世界が瞬く間に輝き出すのだと。残念ながら、私にはそんな経験はない。イスカが言っていた意味も、未だによくわかっていない。葵くんはどうなんだい？
I don't know. I've never experienced the world starting to sparkle all of a sudden. I have a feeling that Iska's description might be a little
じゃ
exaggerated.
あ、キスしたことは？
Senpai asked while she looked into my eyes. We eventually both looked at each other straight in the eyes. Hers were filled with the flickering light of the stars. She would have been able to give an immediate reply to such a simple question, but I couldn't answer right away. Senpai's eyes and everything else about her were simply too beautiful. I ended up just staring at her in
葵
silence.
くん？
No, I haven't.
そうなのか。君ならあると思ったんだがな。
I'd like to try if I had a chance, though. I blurted it out casually. Got quite shocked when I realized what the hell I just said. This definitely sounds like I was implying that I want to kiss Senpai. Senpai nodded meaningfully.
私としてみないか?
Eh?
でもダメか。人生最初のキスは確か特別なものなんだったな。私なんかでは葵くんに申し訳ない。
No, that's not the case. I spoke hurriedly without thinking again. Senpai was looking at me while thinking about something.
じゃあ、お願いしてもいいかな。
Senpai blushed a little as soon as she spoke. You're fine with someone like me?
学生生活最後の思い出だ。私だって誰でもいいわけじゃないぞ。葵くんがいい。
Senpai said this awkwardly, showing signs of embarrassment. She was really adorable, even though she's much older than me. Senpai's so cute when she's embarrassed. When I was staring at her absentmindedly, Senpai came one step closer. She raised her chin, closed her eyes, and pushed out her lips just a little. Like this, she was waiting motionlessly. After hesitating for a moment, I put my hands on her shoulders. Then I brought my face close to hers. No, I can't! Senpai blinked her eyes in surprise, pushed her shoulders away. We can't, Senpai!
なぜダメなんだ?
You should do this with someone that you really like. When I said that, Senpai glared at me. She then
だ
mumbled.
から葵くんにお願いしているんじゃないか。
No, not that kind of like. As I made those flustered excuses, Senpai quickly turned her back.
今のは本気で傷ついたぞ。
I'm sorry.
もう知らない。帰る。
Like, those eyes, like, I don't think we've ever seen those kind of judgmental eyes on my girl Amane before. Like, he fucked up. Like, alright, bitch. If you want to play like that, I'm just gonna leave. She said in an unusually sulky tone and started walking away briskly. Please wait, Senpai! I called to stop her, but she ignored me and quickly walked across the runway. I ran after her, before I realized that the eastern sky started getting bright.
お腹すいた。みんなまだ帰ってきてないのか。頑張るな。冷蔵庫になんかないかな。ガッガッ。チッス、ハット先輩。どうしたの?
Oh, we're back to skipping. And we're back. It's seemingly like the moment when she leaves the club room. Because of this. She said that, then she hung her bag over her shoulder. Please wait! Feelings that I was desperately bottling up started to overflow, but I put them in check right away. Senpai will really go away. She will leave her dreams, memories, everything here. I don't want to let her go. My heart trembled with this strong feeling. She put down her bag and turned towards me.
Aoi-kun?
I walked over to her and took her hand. I didn't expect him to just fucking go for it. Then I pressed my lips against hers. Senpai was surprised and her own body stiffened up. She didn't quite understand what was going on and she kept her eyes wide open. But that was only at the very beginning. She grasped the situation, the tension disappeared from her rigid shoulders. Amane closed her eyelids, and she entrusted herself to me and pressed her lips against mine. Her lips were luscious, soft, and very delicate, and yet they were pretty supple, gently pushing my lips back. Sadness changed into feelings of adoration. I pulled her by her hand towards me and went after her lips even more strongly. Senpai accepted it without hint of resistance. The lusciousness of her lips spread to every corner of my consciousness. I've never experienced such a pleasant sensation before. Then we slowly parted our lips. The warmth of Senpai's body that I felt when we got so close had disappeared before long.
Aoi-kun. ということは、好きな相手とするんじゃ。
I love you, senpai. Not as my senpai, but as a girl.
葵くん。
I don't want to let you go. Amane looked at me with a troubled expression.
それは、できないんだ。
I know. That's why I wanted to let you know how I feel at the very least. Senpai was going to leave. Can't bear that thought. Before I realized that I had kissed her.
わかった。
Senpai nodded, smiling gently. Reluctantly, I let go of her hand.
ありがとう、葵くん。最後の最後で、とびきりの思い出ができた。
She smiled cheerfully and then put her bag on her shoulder. Senpai reached out her hand, but my hand had stopped her. Can I walk you to the bus stop? Amane has left behind the garage she was secluding herself in for so many years. She had no more regrets. With this, her short summer together was over.
Amane! ほらこれ！これがグライダー？
Adorable?
そうだよ！僕たちの翼さ！
So that's the last. Is that a fucking like weird chess hairpin with a queen on it? Anyways, Isuka adorable.
これで飛ぶのか。想像してごらん。自分たちの翼で自由に大空を飛ぶところ。具合が悪くなってきたぞ。私は高いところが苦手なんだ。あんたってほんとロマンのかけらもないよね。いい？大空といえばロマン、翼といえば自由。追いかけなきゃ夢を。人生長いようで短いよ。追いかけるのは構わないが、私はずっと地面に足をつけていたいぞ。それに、ほらこれ。モーニンググローリー。
Was a photo that Isuka found in this old garage. There was a strangely shaped cloud in it. Apparently she liked this picture very much. She said she wanted to use an airplane that doesn't rely on an engine to fly there herself. To that place above the clouds, like in that picture.
アマネと二人で、この雲の回廊を渡りたいんだ。きっと、人生で一等輝くような、グレートな思い出になると思う。
I don't like high places. They make me freeze in fear. Not to mention flying in the sky. Just imagining flying above the clouds makes me tremble. But why is it that, when I thought about seeing that sight with Isuka, it didn't seem so bad. Thought it might actually be a good idea.
でも、このグライダー、ずいぶん古そうじゃないか。こんなので飛べるのか？バカだなあ、アマネは。生き返らせるんじゃないか、僕らの手で。その方が、きっとドラマチックだ。そういうものだろうか。
Restoring a beaten up, abandoned glider seemed like a fairly difficult task. Besides, as far as I investigated, there has been no evidence of any phenomenon resembling the morning glory occurring in Kazugawara within the last 20 years. Even if we managed to fly, it's hard to imagine that such a rare phenomenon would happen for us now.
心配いらないよ。僕が必ずここへ連れて行ってあげる。約束だ。
I thought there was no way she could do that. But at the same time, I also thought, if Isuka says she can do it, maybe it's possible. Might have been the first time in my life that I thought like that. I was convinced of that because I approached it emotionally, not logically. From that day on, Isuka and I were aiming for the skies. To cross over the passage of clouds with our own wings. The days I spent with Iska shined brightly, and before I knew it, I was completely engrossed in chasing dreams with her. But one day, Iska had suddenly disappeared. All that was left was me and an unfulfilled promise. The world around me instantly lost all color and became monotone once again. That is, until they appeared. Some bullshit like that. When I looked out the window, I saw a sky so blue it hurt my eyes, and a cumulonimbus cloud towering above me. One aspect of the season is the panoramic sky that you can experience on a grand scale. And in the middle of that, I was reminded of the white wings riding the winds. Today the clouds are sparse. I'm sure there are plenty of thermals out there. Damn, I want to fly. As I was overwhelmed by the size of the sky, I was irritated I could do nothing but look up at it. While I was leaning against the window and looking up at the sky, Kotri called out to me. I was just thinking that this is the perfect weather for soaring. She came beside me and looked up at the window as well. I'll say that. Since the restrictions on the air conditioner were lifted the other day, it was pleasantly cool in the classroom. Looking up the blue sky from a comfortable place is always refreshing. But if we were to open this window, a hot breeze would surely waft its way in. Kotri muttered as she looked out the window. Yeah. Summer's come around again while we still couldn't fly. Okay, you see, this is nice. This is quite nice because you have to beat Kotri's route in order to unlock Amane's. So in Amane's route, they don't go over the whole the club room was smashed again. It's just okay. We're already at the time skip. It happened. Go. Seemingly. If that changes, I'm going to, like, I don't know, smash somebody with my goddamn mace. I came into the classroom. I was at school, so there were only a few students around, aside from us. Alright, let's go.
却下です。どうして？部員数ちゃんと足りてるじゃないの。顧問の先生がいなければ部活動と認めるわけにはいきません。
Zakari gave her a curt response. Kotri glared at her and groaned. So if there was a teacher who could become our advisor, our club activities can be restored.
それは確約できないわ。
Why not?
グライダーの運営には資格を持った指導者が必要なはずよ。けれど、この学校にそんな先生はいないはず。
I mean, you should technically only need people with the right qualifications. There's no need for the instructor per se to have them.
仮に我々生徒会があなたたちを部活動と承認しても、有資格者を抜きに先生方に認めてもらえるとは思えない。
She poked a sore spot. Yamanobe, who was our advisor until last year, was a complete amateur when it came to gliders. The one who had qualifications was Mochizuki Yamane, the club president, and she was dealing with all the management herself. Couldn't argue with it, so we stayed silent.
顧問の先生と有資格者がいれば問題ないってことね。その条件をもしクリアできれば、我々生徒会はあなたたちを部活動として認めるべく、学校側に対して後押ししましょう。
Even though we have caused such a mess, asked cautiously, and Akari glared at me.
その問題については、すでに処分を受けたはず。これ以上の懲罰的対応は理不尽だと考えます。
Akari spoke in a decisive tone and then went out into the hallway.
さすがに手強いね。新生徒会長様は。行きましょう。作戦会議よ。
Yep, it's basically like skipping all the... Oh hey, Asa joined, they stole the glider before that, and the fucking club room got smashed. They seemingly are just skipping all of that. Because, hey, you fucking did Kotori's route. This is basically Kotori's route without, like, not Kotori's route. It is basically like the common route that extends into where you can then branch off to Asa and all that. And basically catches you up, basically assumes that you know everything until that final decision where you actually then go to Aga's, Kotori's route, or proceed to the twins. That's nice. Like, if you gotta lock a route behind other routes, then at least make it so we don't have to read a bunch of stuff again if we're already assumed to know. At the same time, though, imagine if I skimmed Kotori's route and did Amane's route first. I would be so fucking confused right now.
おかえりなさい。ただいま。お邪魔します。
When we got back to Flying Fish Manor, Asa and Yoda were there to meet us.
どうでしたか？ごめん、ダメだった。そうですか。やっぱ最低でも顧問になってくれる先生を見つけないとね。
This is something I recently noticed again. I said the link to where you can get this game on Steam would be in the description of part 1. That's what I said in part 1. I forgot to put the link there. I only found out when all the videos were coming back after the whole channel deactivation thing. And now I am no longer a damn liar, and the link to the game is now in the description there.
物質どころか肝心のグライダーもない同好会がしばらく続くってわけね。
Everyone's shoulders droop when Yoda summed that up. That's right, currently we are acting as a soaring circle, not a soaring club. Since we had neither the glider nor room for our activities, in truth we were a circle where members were just meeting up and talking about this and that. How did it come to this? The cause goes back to last summer, the time when we were aiming for the morning glory together with Amane. Okay, so they are going back and covering that. The summer vacation ended, Amane graduated from school and retired from the club, but even so, we still intend to continue our club activities. Next time we will fly to the morning glory. As we soared out and sat out once again, an incident happened that took the wind out of our sails. Under the pretext that we had too few members, Tobioka revoked the soaring club status without warning and tried to demolish our garage. To prevent that, we barricaded ourselves inside the garage. Oh, okay, so something else does happen. Since it was so sudden and Tobioka was forcing his way, we didn't have any other way to stop the demolition work. As said, the chance of undermining the decision about the demolition that way was very small. We knew we were going too far. We kept buying ourselves more times. Our appeals for discussion were being rejected by the school again and again. Nevertheless, on the third day, we stood at the garage. The demolition work was hurriedly halted for some reason. The decision to tear down the garage was repealed. At first, we thought it was a lie to get us to come out, but after the demolition never happened, and the garage still quietly stands on the vacant land behind the school. People heard about the fuss we caused, and the former members of the Soaring Club petitioned the school. The school board learned about the whole situation in detail and put an end to Tobioka's despotic methods. Oh, okay, so the school finally did something about Tobioka! I'm not sure if those rumors are true or not, but it appears that Tobioka and company really ignored the other teachers' opposition and pushed the demolition on their own. Oh, wow, nice, illegal! Even though this has turned into a huge issue, some teachers sympathized with us. The whole mess ended merely with Kotoriaga and I getting suspended again. After that, due to the lack of members, the Soaring Club was reduced to a circle. Consequently, we didn't have access to the garage, our equipment, and the glider. Apparently there were plans to build a student dormitory at the garage site, but a different place was secured and it's already being used by this year's new students. Therefore, we had no place to do club activities and no glider. We were just a circle of friends. Since then, the garage has been locked and abandoned, along with our glider.
誰も使わないんだったら、私らに使わせてくれたっていいじゃないの。そうもいかないんでしょ、先生たちとしては。あんな学生運動の真似事みたいなことして要求が通ったんじゃ、後々困るってわけよ。
We pulled off quite a stunt back then, I murmured deeply. Almost 1 year has passed since then, and we have become third years. How should I put it? Felt like we were so young back then.
あまね先輩がいなくなったばかりで、焦ってたんだよね。
Kotri and I left Riley and Zagi on much of that. We knew Senpai was going to retire, but she disappeared incredibly quickly. So we were left alone before we could even put our feelings in order. The whole demolition mess happened. What Agia said about us being flustered perfectly describes how we felt back then.
それが悪名高きガレージ占拠事件ってわけね。
The infamous garage occupation incident.
慶風学園の歴史に残る大事件ですよね。きっと後世に語り継がれていくんでしょうね。そこ、うるさいわよ。社会の理不尽に対し、時として従順ではいられなかったってだけよ。
Yeah, okay, calm down there, Phantom Thief. Actually, like, one of the videos that I recently watched from Fither is like, okay, theoretically, if we put, like, non-final boss feats, who would win in, like, a battle, like, a free-for-all? The Seas? The investigation team? Or the Phantom Thieves? And, like, they specifically said no final boss feats. Because if we had final boss feats, let's just say the fucking P3 protagonist, the only one with the fucking universe arcana that can fucking seal death itself away. So I feel like that would be kind of busted. So anyways, so yeah, we're basically discussing that. And while the video was like, okay, in a battle royale situation between C's, the Phantom Thieves, and the investigation team, they basically just discussed C's versus the Phantom Thieves, because the investigation team is just kind of bad, honestly. By the way, Asa and Yuru were still just first years. Twins just entered out of school this year. They are also staying at Flying Fisher Manor, and they're granddaughters of the school's board chairman. When I think about it like that, I can't look them in the face after we left such a stain on the school's history.
ねえ、あんたたちのおじいちゃん権限でなんとかならない？
No.
そういうこと言いますか。いや、冗談だから。冗談よね、小鳥。もちろんよ。嫌だな。
Those two recently joined our soaring circle. What cycle? Apparently they were on the bank of the lake a year ago when the morning glory appeared. From the windmill hill, they happened to witness the glider flying towards the passenger clouds. That was how they got interested in gliders, but when they enrolled in the school's soaring club, it had lost its status and the garage was sealed. The other day, due to family circumstances, they moved to the Flying Fish Manor and met us. That's how they came to know about the soaring circle. If I say fucking soaring cycle anymore, I will name this part Soaring Cycle. Bicycle even, you know? Just make it fun. Thanks to them, we had the required number of members, so we went to see Akari today and applied for the reinstatement of our club, but our appeal was completely rejected, and we dragged ourselves here in low spirits.
なんとかして部活に復帰しないと、ガレージもグライダーも取り戻せない。
That's right. The condition for us to get back the garage and our glider that's stored inside was regaining the status as a club. This included the winch installed in the runway. All of that was considered the equipment of the soaring club, so we couldn't use them as a circle. However, if we put it the other way around, we can get it all back as long as we get recognized as a club.
でもさ、新生徒会長があかりさんでよかったよね。
Akari won the election last month in a landslide and became the next student council president.
どこがよ。言いくるめも泣き落としもきっと裏取引だって通用しない堅物よ。どこから攻略したらいいのか。
That's the point. Since she's so fair, as long as we're in the right, she'll be on our side.
そうそう。普通の生徒会長だったら、飛岡先生に睨まれた時点でアウトだったわ。
Akari didn't refuse the discussion and left us a way out. And she did it for us even though we occupied the garage and caused that whole mess. And it was last year's student council president. If it was last year's student council president, everything would have ended with a sorry, the teachers don't approve of it. Incidentally, this doesn't really matter at all, but that idiot Masatsugu somehow became a candidate in the student council elections and was elected as a secretary, most likely due to sympathy votes. As a childhood friend who knows him well, I'm seriously worried if we'll be okay with this guy in a position like that.
まあいいわ。部活として認めさせるためにやるべきことははっきりしてる。
Even kidnapping. You know, this would probably work better if I had like my fucking duct tape down here and pulled that one out instead. But alas. Anyways. We just need an advisor and someone with the right qualifications.
ちょっと難しいけど、探してみましょう。朝たちも頼んだわよ。はい。ええ。
Since we saw a path that we could follow, everyone's spirits were lifted.
それじゃあ、今日の部活を始めましょうか。これはウィングレットというんですか。ただかっこいいからついてる飾りだと思っていました。
Asa said as she looked at the blueprint spread out on the table.
グライダーを構成するすべてのパーツには意味があるわ。無用なものを乗せて飛べるような余裕はないからね。へー。
Amane spent several years on drawing that blueprint, and this was all that was left when she retired. There's something we can do even without a glider or a place for our club activities. That is analyzing this blueprint and carefully planning the manufacturing process, figuring out what kind of work, how much materials we would need, and what problems we might encounter when we try to make those parts. How could we reduce the construction time? How could we solve the potential problems? And as we analyzed the blueprints and learned the functions of each and every part, it helped us understand the glider as a whole.
先輩たちすごいです。私も頑張らないと。この1年、他にやることなかったからね。
That's the only thing we've been doing, tirelessly all the time. Over that last year, as we have deepened our knowledge, we felt even more connected with the glider's huge wings that soared through the sky. Now that we couldn't rely on Amane like we used to, we thought we needed to become independent.
同好会に格下げされてなきゃ、多分ここまではやってなかったよね。
Alright, when I think about it that way, this isn't really a detour, is it?
ええ。すべてが私たちの夢につながってるってわけよ。ね、小鳥。
小鳥 nodded deep.
いつかこのグライダーを私たちの手で作りましょう。この大空に。
Everyone nodded at her words. No one here doubted that dream.
ねえ、今週末行くよね。
Yeah, I've already made reservations.
どこ行くんですか？滑空場よ。葵くんの腕がなまらないように訓練飛行しに行くの。グライダーで飛ぶんですね。そうよ。あんたたちも来る？行きます行きます。ね、夜ちゃん。気が向いたらね。
I could get to the gliding grounds from the train in 2 hours. If you pay money, you can practice flying a glider there. To tell you the truth, I've been going there this whole year and continuing my training. And the other day, I finally acquired my pilot's license.
じゃあ決まりね。今度の日曜日はみんなで滑空場へ行きましょう。
And now that I've gotten my license, I haven't been going there as often as it costs too much money. Since we couldn't have proper club activities, going to the gliding grounds has been the only fun we've had. The following week, we searched the school for a teacher who would become our advisor.
すまんな。お前たちの気持ちはわかるんだが、俺も演劇部の顧問やってるから。
先生が演劇なんて似合わない。そうだそうだ。
うるさいよ。俺は今でこそ慶風学園で教師やってるが、本当は芸術家志望だったんだ。芸術はいいぞ。お前らもグライダーなんかやめて演劇部に入れ。
嫌です。お断りです。
先生ちょっと傷ついたぞ。
The teacher left with hurt feelings and we dropped our shoulders. By the way, that was our homeroom teacher.
やっぱダメか。
Pretty sure this is literally the same scene. This isn't going very well. Tried to convince the teachers who seemed potentially cooperative by any means necessary, but it wasn't going well at all. We were looking for an advisor even before Asa and Yoda joined the circle. Since that time, no one new teachers joined the faculty, so our hopes were rather faint.
あいつが裏から圧力をかけているんだわ。
Kotri snorted with an angry expression.
でしょうね。断る時の先生らの困った顔ったらないもの。
Could probably find someone with the necessary qualifications outside of school, but...
それも顧問が見つかったらの話ね。
We went to the gliding grounds yesterday. I checked with people from a local soaring circle, and some of them were interested. Due to the fact that gliders require quite a bit of money, and activities can be held only held in select places. The average age of people at the gliding grounds was rather high. Many of them would pitch in and help with instructing younger people. Incidentally, it was so rare for young girls to participate actively.
とはいえ、片道何時間もかけて来てもらうとなると結構大変だし。
Well, you're right. But it was still better than nothing. I mean, we were talking about it and walking down the corridor.
お前ら、まだ諦めてなかったのか?
Piss off! Probably not piss. I actually do kind of need to take one. Anyways.
飛び岡先生
Aga added the honorific that Kotri omitted. Tobioka blocked our path as if he had been waiting for us.
先生方に無理なお願いをして回っているらしいな。
別に無理なお願いじゃありません。
もうそろそろ諦めたらどうだ？お前らのような札付きの不良生徒に協力してくれるような先生はいないぞ。
Tobioka said triumphantly. He brings that up at every opportunity. Apparently he holds a serious grudge against us for halting the demolition of the garage.
せいぜい頑張ることだな。
言われなくてもそうするわ。
And Kotri glared right back at him. Tobioka seemed unamused and frowned. And he started walking. And when he passed us, he said,
まあ、もう無駄な努力なんだがな。
He whispered to himself, but loudly enough for us to hear him, and then disappeared down the hallway.
何あれ
Who knows? Don't pay too much attention to him or you'll only get angry.
でも、なんだろう。無駄な努力って。また適当なこと言って、私らにプレッシャーかけたいんでしょ？そうはいきますかっての。さあ、帰りましょう。
But it wasn't a mere threat. A few days
という
later.
わけなんだ。
Is that for real?
マジらしい。
葵くん。
Yeah. The information Mazatsuka brought was shocking. Once again, there was a movement among the teachers to demolish the garage. Apparently, they want to get rid of the abandoned garage since no one was using it. It seems that this time it wasn't Tobioka's suggestion, but of course he's pushing this plan
グ
forward.
ライダーはどうなっちゃうの？ガレージがなくなったら置き場所がなくなっちゃう。
それもなんか言ってたな。確か市の博物館に寄贈するとかなんとか。
Well, time to pull off a heist again. Put that away, or people will think that I'm more of a Ryuji character. I'm just. Of course, I'm the dumbass of the group. I'll be right back. Need to go to the bathroom. I am back.
人のもの勝手にあげちゃわないでよ。
俺に言うなよ。
This glider was built by the former soaring club. They used it 27 years ago to fly and photograph the morning glory. That's why it wouldn't be wrong to say it belongs to the soaring club, but it wasn't abandoned. It was Amane and the others who repaired and restored it. Now the main wings and a few other elements were built from scratch by us. Most of the expenses were covered by Amane.
自作のグライダーってのが珍しいってんで、博物館の方が欲しがったらしいぞ。
It's not something to decorate a museum with. It's a functional glider that can still fly.
怖い顔すんなよ。そう言うだろうと思ったから、わざわざ教えに来てやったんじゃねえか。
Sorry. Masatsuku happened to hear these things by a chance, thanks to his work with the student council. Then he came running to
俺から
tell
聞いた
us.
って誰にも言うなよ。あかりさんに嫌われるのだけは勘弁だからな。
Yeah, got it. Thanks, Mobile.
まあ、
Honest to
腐
God.
れ縁だからな。後でブーブー文句言われんのもめんどくせえし。
Like, let's be honest. Akari was probably planning to tell him anyways.
どうしよう、葵くん。
Put my mind into high gear thinking about what to do. My first thought was to occupy the garage like last time. To consider that, I looked at Kotri. If we do the same thing again, our punishment will be more severe. I'd be fine, but she... Last year, when we were suspended, the school contacted our parents about the whole situation. Age and I got really harsh lecture, but our parents understood why we had caused this whole mess. But Kotri's family was different. Parents were quite shocked that the daughter they raised to be a lady would cause such an incident. Kotri hadn't said anything, but I heard from Hibari that they nearly pulled Kotri from the school. Kotri was really anxious about worrying her parents. At the very least, we have to get our glider back.
あの機体は私たちがあまねちゃんと一緒に飛んだ大切なグライダーなんだもの。
As we were brooding over it with gloomy expressions, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed from the hallway. They continued until someone fiercely knocked on the door and opened it without waiting for a reply.
ビッグニュースビッグニュース
Aga dashed into the room with a strange expression on her face. Ah, if it's about the garage, we just heard about that.
は？何それ？
It's not that. We just heard from Mabo.
そんなのあとあと。
Aga interrupted me.
あまね先輩が帰ってくるって。
What do you mean?
特別授業の講師として慶風学園に来るらしいよ。
That was big news indeed, like a bolt of lightning out of a blue sky. Except the little wings were flying the sky highly.
それって新型風車建造プロジェクトに慶風学園の学生が参加するっていうあれじゃないかしら。
After dinner, everybody gathered in the dining room with the dormitory, and we held an emergency meeting for the soaring circle. The main subjects were the rumors about plans to demolish the garage, which Masatsugu told us, and about Amane coming back, which Agato had heard about. New windmill model construction
風
project.
車の他に新しいデザインの風車を建てるの。そんなの作るんだ。そのプロジェクトに特別実習って形で、うちの学生も参加させようって話よ。その実習の講師を、あまねちゃんがやるの？どうもそうらしいわね。なんでヨルちゃん、そんなことまで知ってるの？そのプロジェクトにお金出してるの。うちの祖父だから。学校のいい宣伝になるしね。私も実習に参加しろって言われたけど、興味ないから断ったわ。全然知らなかった。なんであまねちゃんなの？さあ、そこまでは。けど、どうやら本当みたいね。
Kotri, Aga, and I looked at each other. Amane's coming back. That's what we were thinking.
ねえ、あまねちゃんに頼めないかな？顧問の話。だって、講師ってことは先生じゃない？あまねちゃんなら、必要な資格も全部持ってる。
Kotri and Aga nodded at each other and both looked at me, seeking agreement. I think it'd be great, but I wonder if it'll go smoothly.
行くわ。だって、あのあまねちゃんが嫌って言うはずないもの。あのガレージを何年間も一人で守り続けた人だもんね。そうなると、万事解決ですね。
If the soaring club is restored, we'd get the garage and glider back. Everything will be like it was before.
頼んでみる価値はあるよね。
Everybody nodded in agreement with Aga. After taking a bath, I went back to my room and sat on the bed. Amane is coming back here to Kazagawara in an unexpected way. Sudden and unforeseen, but that's just like her. I'll meet Senpai again. I love you, Senpai. I wanted to let you know how I feel at the very least. The feelings I confessed at that time still remained in my heart. My beloved Senpai. However, we haven't spoken since then. Kotri, as our representative, has been sending her emails from time to time, reporting our current situation. Since we haven't been able to hold proper activities at the moment, the number of those emails has decreased, and we hadn't been receiving too many replies from her either. It seems she's busy, so she probably doesn't have time to look after us after graduating. Besides, those are mostly things that I don't need anyway, so I'll just leave behind anything I can't carry. That's what she said, and left most of her things in the garage. Among them were the designs of a new glider, which she had finished after all those years, and a photo of the morning glory that had started it all. She left her memories behind, as if she didn't need them anymore. And most of those things are still in the garage. It's like they were sealed for something that shouldn't be brought out. Kotri said that if we asked Senpai to become our advisor, she would do it for sure. I wonder if that'll actually be the case. She might have changed. I grabbed the framed picture from the desk. It's a photo that we all took together after we came back from our last flight. Among the club members grinning happily with a sense of achievement, Senpai was the only one with an awkward smile. Maybe she's not good at smiling, or maybe there was a reason why she couldn't smile from the bottom of her heart. I laid down on my bed and looked at the ceiling. That's kind of painful. This feeling was different from loneliness or bitterness. I guess they come from the special feelings I have for her after all. Amane's coming back. I've been pretending to be calm ever since I heard the news, but in reality my heart had been pounding non-stop. The next day I went to school by myself. I overslept and it was quite late after I finished up my work in the dormitory. Kotri went to school ahead of me with Ageha. They're so heartless. I complained and grumbled as I walked to school. The weather this morning was also very nice, but when I looked up at the sky, I only felt irritated that I still couldn't fly. An airplane. A plane was flying across the light blue sky, leaving contrails behind. Strange that when you look at a plane from the ground, it seems almost stationary, even though it actually flies at high speed. On the way to school, there was someone looking up at the sky absentmindedly, just like me. She didn't seem to notice she was in the way of the passerbys and was just standing there and looking up at the day in a daze. It's my girl. Huh? Amane!
Aoi-kun.
It was Amane. I was surprised. It looked like Senpai was as well, judging from her expression. Our eyes met from 10 meters away. Long time no see, Senpai?
いや、久しぶり。
Why are you here?
ちょっと学校に用事があってな。
Could it be about becoming a lecturer?
よく知ってるな。その下準備のために呼ばれたんだ。
Stargazing's story was true. I wasn't prepared to meet her so suddenly, so the mood became awkward. So, you're going to school, right? Can I come with you?
ああ、構わないぞ。
We started walking together. She hasn't changed much. She was already an adult, so it's not like she would change that much in just a year. But it felt like she was calmer than before and seemed more mature.
元気だったかい？
I'm good, how about you?
うん、元気だ。今朝もご飯を3杯もおかわりした。
You still eat a lot?
3日ほど何も食べていなかったんだ。3日分と考えれば少ない方だと思うぞ。
She still concentrates so hard that she forgets to eat. I was glad Senpai hasn't changed. I felt a little lonely when I heard she had been enjoying life without me. So, are you busy?
ああ、
She nodded instantly. Figures she's a working adult now. I hesitated for a moment and then started talking. Do you have time today, even a little?
ないこともないが。
Want to discuss something important with you. Could you make time for us after school? She stared at me in puzzlement.
おう、構わないぞ。
after school. Members of the soaring club were waiting for Amane in a vacant classroom.
遅いな。本当に来るの？
She said she was, but it wasn't possible that she got engrossed in something and forgot our promise.
ドキドキします。慶風学園の生きる伝説と呼ばれていた方なんですよね。天才だっていう話だし。天才っていうか、ねえ、天然時々天才って感じね。ボケボケーっとしてて、子供みたいな人よ。
Scotty explained warmly. Asa and Yoru, who haven't met Senpai yet, must have been wondering what kind of person she is. Well, she actually was quite weird. While we were talking like that, the classroom door opened.
いや、お待たせ。あまねちゃん！あまね先輩！
Scotty Naga smiled. Asa and Yoru meekly stared at the natural airhead who's a genius at times.
みんな久しぶりだな。元気だったか？うん、元気だったよ。
Kotri was delighted, like a faithful dog that just got praised by its master. If she had a tail, it would definitely have wagged.
先輩も元気そうで。今朝までは元気だったんだがな。久しぶりに学校に来て先生たちに会って肩が凝ったよ。
She rubbed her shoulders like an old
本当に
lady.
あまねちゃんが講師やるんだ。ああ、そうだぞ。今度学校で会った時はあまねちゃんではなく望月先生と呼ぶように。
She said proudly.
なんか偉そう。あまねちゃんのくせに。偉そうなのはあんただ。でも先輩、その風車のデザインを。でも先輩、どうして先輩が講師をするんですか？新しいコンセプトでデザインされた風車を建造するプロジェクトって聞きましたけど。私がしたんだ。
As she said this like it was nothing, everyone was amazed.
よくわかんないけど、すごそう。ね、朝、すごいでしょ、あまねちゃん。はい。なんだかよくわかりませんが、すごそうです。いやー、参ったよ。グライダー製作で得た知識を応用して、試しに風車をデザインしてみたんだが、それがラボの人間に見つかってしまってな。気がついたら作ることになっていた。おかげで仕事が増えてしまったぞ。
She said it like she was really bothered by it. Seemed like she wasn't too happy about doing this work. But thanks to this that we could meet up with her again.
ところで、話ってなんだい？
Everybody was happy to see a senpai after such a long time, but the atmosphere instantly turned serious.
実はね、あまねちゃん。
First, Kotri explained the current circumstances of our soaring club. Everything that had happened since she left. Our club had been downgraded to a circle after we occupied the garage a year ago, and what our current activities are. Honestly, it wasn't a pretty story. She was listening in silence without showing anger or sadness.
けど、後輩も入ったのよ。朝と夜。夜はおまけみたいなもんだけど、でも、いろいろ協力してくれてるわ。
Senpai stared at Asa and Yoru like the twins were something new to her.
風と朝です。妹の夜です。望月あまねだ。よろしくな。いつも小鳥先輩たちから噂を聞いていました。伝説の先輩なんですよね。
Asa said it with sparkling eyes as if Amane was a celebrity.
なんだろう、伝説って。
Senpai tilted her head in wonder. She seems like she wasn't aware of her legendary status.
話はそれだけなのかい？違うわ。実は、またガレージの取り壊しの話が出てるんです。それだけじゃないわ。私たちのグライダーを市の博物館に寄贈しようとしてるの。
Honestly, just like, okay, how much money has she actually pumped into that glider? Okay, demand that money back from the school, or they can't sell give the glider to the museum.
私たち、それをどうにか阻止したいんです。そのためには、同好会じゃなく部活動として認めてもらうしかないんですけど。 顧問になってくれる先生がいなくて。だから、お願いあまねちゃん。私たちの顧問になって。
As Guthrie asked her resolutely, Amane was lost in thought for a while. She looked at our faces one by one.
それを阻止してどうするんだい？どうって、あのガレージは私たちと先輩が過ごした大切な場所じゃないですか。
She looked at us with a troubled expression. I remembered how she looked when she was walking away after she left all of her things in the garage.
ガレージを守りたいから部活動として認められたいのかい？違うわ。それもあるけど、私たちには目標があるんです。あの日飛べなかったモーニンググローリーを今度こそ飛びたいっていう、そのために準備もしてきました。準備？
We analyzed the designs you had left and have been planning the production process.
グライダーのこともいっぱい勉強したわ。あまねちゃんがいなくったって作れるように。それで機体の改良は実現できるって確信しました。
We also decided to rework the flight plan to reach the morning glory.
思い出だけじゃない。私たち守りたいの。あの日あまねちゃんと一緒に見た夢を。
Guthrie's eyes were filled with tears. She looked into her wet but straight and serious eyes. Amane seemed moved. After all, Senpai was supposed to have similar feelings. However,
もうやめた方がいい。
she said it weakly.
なんでよ、あまねちゃん。モーニンググローリーはもう来ないよ。
He said that to persuade
去年
us.
の夏、あの雲は風ヶ浦の空に現れた。実に26年ぶりのことだ。その希少な現象がまたすぐに起こってくれるとは考えにくいと思わないかい？そんなのわからないわ。だってどうして起こるのか理由は解明されていないんでしょ？だったら私はまた現れてくれるって信じる。
Amane looked at Guthrie with incredible sadness in her eyes. Guthrie hadn't flinched and stared back at her
ご
earnestly.
めん。やっぱりできない。君たちには大きな恩があるし、協力したいとは思うんだが。やっぱり、お忙しいんでしょうか？
I guess said that because she probably wanted Amane to get a good excuse for not being able to do it. But
今
Senpai,
の私は、君たちと同じ夢を見られないんだ。
she said the last thing that we wanted to hear. With that, the conversation was over.
わ。
Oh, hey there. Ah, here you are. Guthrie was in the Flying Fish Manor garden, spacing out with hat on her lap. You calmed down? Guthrie stayed silent, but that meant yes. After she had heard those hopeless words from Amane, Guthrie went to her room in the dorm and cried. She held her tears back for so long because of her pride. But as soon as she shut the door, she cried so hard the weeping could be heard from
あま
outside.
ねちゃんがあんな人だったなんて、思わなかった。
She said that as if she had misjudged her. I think Senpai has her reasons. I don't think that what she said was just a pretext. If it were, she wouldn't refuse us giving a reason like that. She could have said that she couldn't do it because she was busy. Back then, when Amane looked at Guthrie with such sad eyes, I have never seen her eyes look like that.
変わっちゃったのかな、もう。
I'm not sure. Don't think she has discarded everything.
どうして？
When you said you wanted to protect the dream we had together, it seemed like it swayed her feelings. It might have been my mistake. Or something that I had just imagined because I really wanted it to be true. But to me, it had certainly looked like she was moved. I told you that I met her at the garage on the last day of summer break, right?
ええ。
On the day Senpai left, she tried to leave without saying goodbye to anyone. You know, on that day, I confessed to her. I told her that I loved her.
そうだったんだ。葵くん、あまねちゃんのこと好きだったんだ。
Yeah. Even though I hadn't seen her since then, my feelings hadn't changed. Today, when I met her after all this time, I recognized it anew. I still loved her. Well, in the end, she dumped me.
じゃあ、今日のこと、
Well, it was shocking, alright. I said it as if we were talking about someone else.
ごめんね。私ばっかり泣いちゃって。私ダメだ。すぐ自分のことで手一杯になっちゃって、周りが見えなくなっちゃう。
Nah, it's okay. When you cried, it made me clear my mind.
そっか。葵くんは、あまねちゃんが好きだったんだ。でも、なんでそんな話してくれるの？
No particular reason. Maybe I just felt lonely and wanted someone to know. What happened today was probably more shocking than I thought.
なんか嬉しい。友情って感じ。
And I saw Kotri smiling awkwardly. It made me feel a little better. Last year, when we flew to the Morning Glory, Senpai said at the end that this was goodbye. She whispered that as if she looked from the cockpit at the vanishing passage of clouds. She seemed lonely, but also somewhat refreshed. I think that dream of the glider in Isuka became a memory of the past for her already.
私たちも、もう思い出の中にしかいないんだ。
Kotri murmured that sadly. Hat looked up at her as if he was concerned about her. A few days had passed since Amane refused to become our supervisor. We were approaching the day when the garage was supposed to be demolished and our glider donated to the museum. After school, we waited until the students who didn't have any club activities went home and then gathered in the classroom.
こうなったら、やるしかないわ。うん。そうだね。ガレージはともかく、グライダーだけは何としても取り返さないと。
We gonna do a crime!
葵？どうしたの？ずっと黙っちゃって。
I was just thinking if there was another way.
あればこんな話してないわよ。もう時間がないんだよ。
Yeah. But there's no doubt that we would be punished. And then I looked at Kotori. She probably realized why I was looking at her, and then she responded sullenly.
私のことなら気にしないでいいわ。
This time you might be. One of her parents forced her to drop out of school. Kotori's family circumstances are quite
そう
complicated.
しないと私たちのグライダーが持ってかれちゃうのよ。でもそのせいで小鳥がいなくなっちゃうのは私も嫌だよ。そんなことにはならないわ。絶対にさせない。だから
Could make a new glider from scratch. Could also find a place for our activity somewhere else.
うん。二人とも何よ。そんなの私絶対嫌なんだからね。あのグライダーは、あの翼は私たちが。ごめん。悪かったから泣かないで。泣いてないもん。
Anyway, we should make the necessary preparations as discreetly as possible. Can't leave any evidence, so even if we're found out, we can play dumb. After school, I was loitering around the campus planning the operation to take back the glider. The garage isn't in plain sight, so if we had the key, sneaking in should be easy. The problem is carrying out that big glider without being seen. I have no choice but to open the lock during the day and carry it out at night. The garage is outside the school building. It isn't being used. There isn't anything important in there, so they should be checking its lock while closing the school. How do we carry out such a large, heavy glider? This time we can't rely on Anchan's help.
葵くん？
I'm not planning a heist! Oh, Amane. Amane came out of the school building. Students who knew her were looking at her in surprise. Did you have another meeting?
ああ、受講希望者が予定よりも多くなりそうだから、行動を使ってやれないかと提案されて。けど、私は先生なんてしたことないからな。あまり大きなところでやるのは嫌だと話してきたんだ。
It sounds nice. I wish I could try out your class.
葵くんならいつでもいいぞ。これから風車の建設予定地の下見に行くが、なんだったら一緒に来るかい？もちろんだ。
She quickly agreed and started walking ahead of me. So it's going to be built here. I absentmindedly gazed at the hill over which the wind was
い
blowing.
くつか候補となってる場所があるんだが、その中でどこが一番いいか。
Senpai looked at the hill with a serious expression. A lot of windmills were in motion, being spun by the wind from the lake. Are you going to work on one until it's finished like these?
いや、私は風車のデザインをするだけだ。 プロジェクトそのものは他の人が仕切ることになっている。
You said but, with a little pause and climbed the gently sloping hill.
私からも何か提案できることがあるかもしれないと思ってな。
You're really a hard worker.
そうか？
She does what she can, even if it's not her job. She doesn't brag or complain about it. She's that kind of person.
働き者は葵くんだと思うがな。
I'm just meddlesome.
そうか。
She laughed happily for some reason. My heart skipped a beat when I saw her smile. I walked around to Windmill Hill with her for a while. She was looking for suitable places other than the ones that were already suggested.
こんなところか。
She finished writing in her notebook and closed it with a snap. Have you found what you needed?
まあまあかな。
She answered vaguely and then looked around the hill. We were in the middle of the
や
slope.
っぱりいいな、ここ。風が気持ちいい。
She said this and narrowed her eyes as she basked in the
ここへ
breeze.
来るのはあの日以来か。
That day, she looked at me puzzled.
あの日じゃないか。ほら、君たちが私の送別会をしてくれた。
It's not like I had forgot about it, but that day didn't bring that topic to my mind right away. I certainly did take her outside that day while everybody was preparing the surprise party. I took her here to buy some time. Still remember it.
覚えているぞ。
She said casually as she enjoyed the scenery. Her words made my heart flutter again, and our kiss that day.
ここは変わらないな。時間がゆったりと流れている。
She said this to herself and spread her arms to feel the wind. Have you changed, Senpai? I asked her without thinking. Your feelings, have they changed since that day?
この間の話をしているのかい？
I nodded.
そうかもしれない。もう学生ではないからな。
So something has changed because you're not a student anymore?
そういうものらしい。
I'm still a student. There's quite some time until I graduate. Might even apply to college. At the moment I couldn't even imagine myself not being a
正
student.
直、私もまだよくわかっていないんだ。けれど、今まで迷惑をかけていた分、早く大人にならなくちゃと思ってる。
A much older girl who still acts like a kid. That's the senpai I fell in love with. It's very selfish of me to wish she wouldn't change at all. I know that, but I still feel irritated.
君たちには大きな恩がある。だから返せるなら返したい。けど、私の目から見ても、今さら無理にグライダーを飛ばそうとするのは、正しいことではないように思うんだ。夢中になれるものなら、きっと他にもあるさ。たまたまそれがグライダーだっただけで。
I think so too. But a part of me thinks that's not the case. The garage and glider are very important to us. What a fun time I had spent with Mochizuki Yamane, my beloved senpai, is irreplaceable to me. So you turned down the offer to become our advisor because you think we are wrong?
そういうことになるのかな。
She said apologetically. I understood what she was saying. It was a normal thing an adult would say, but it made me very angry, because Mochizuki Yamane stated such an adult-like, reasonable opinion. Not really sure what is right or wrong. I don't want anyone else to decide what is right for me.
葵くん？
When I was flying with you, my heart was pounding. I was building the glider with everyone. I was always excited. I could keep on going after the club lost its status because aiming for the sky was fun. Haven't you felt the same way, senpai? Were we wrong back then? Dream I shared with senpai. The emotions I felt when we flew for the first time. The frustration I felt when we came so close to our goal and failed. I want to take you to the place that we couldn't reach that day. Is it wrong that I still feel that way? I asked her, half pleading. She looked away with a troubled
それ
expression.
は。
She didn't say anything after that.
おかえり。
I'm back.
どうしたの？ むっつりして。
It's nothing. After that, I saw Senpai off at the bus stop and came home. We didn't talk very much along the way, so it was extremely awkward. I was very upset by the fact that Senpai acted like an adult. They said all that stuff to her in anger, but she never gave me an answer. I was angry at so many things.
例の計画だけど。
You don't have time, we should carry it out tomorrow.
オッケー、わかったわ。アゲハにも伝えておく。
Even if the glide was already a thing of the past for Senpai, for us it was still very important. After I said goodbye to Aoi, I didn't get on the bus. Before I realized that I was heading to the runway. Okay, we're currently inside Ageha's head. Not Agea, Amane's head. Today, nobody has used it in a while, so the vast plain was overgrown with grass. I remembered us cutting the grass here, drenched with
あ
sweat.
れは大変だったな。
But if we hadn't done it, the glider's wheels would have gotten entwined with the long grass. It wasn't necessary work in order for us to fly.
あまねじゃないか。おーい。
Like, she's gonna, like... It's gonna be a case of, she thinks that since she's an adult, she shouldn't help them because she needs to, like, do the mature thing. But Tatsuya's just gonna be like, hey, don't be a bitch, just help him. I fucking help him all the time. Tatsuya was standing beside the winch and waving at me. I wanted to be alone, so I hesitated for a moment, but in the end I walked to him.
何してるんだこんなところで。
散歩かな。達也は？
こいつのメンテだ。
As he said that, he opened the cover of the winch.
達也がやっているのか？
あいつら自分たちでもやってるけど、心配だからな。
そうなのか。
どうした？なんか元気ないな。
うん。
I nodded and looked down as Tatsuya watched me with
お前、
concern.
顧問の話断ったんだって？
どうしてそれを？
アゲハから聞いた。あいつすっげえ凹んでたぞ。
そうなのか。
So even Agea can feel down sometimes. She's so lively all the time. But the impression she was the most composed person out of everyone.
どうして引き受けなかったんだ？
私はもう大人だからな。学生の頃みたいにはいかないよ。
大人ね。そんな急に変わるもんか？
変わらなきゃいけないだろ。
Tatsuya graduated from school and became an adult much earlier than I did.
ま、そうなんだけどな。
Tatsuya started working on maintenance as he said that.
社会的に大人ってことになれば、責任ってのが出てくるよな。自分のやったことに責任を持たなくちゃいけなくなる。
ああ。
でも実際、そんなにちゃんと大人をやってる人間、ほとんど見たことねえぞ。
そうなのか？
例えば俺なんてそうだ。まだこうやっておせっかい焼いて、大人になる前の自分にしがみついてる。
達也がそうやって彼らに協力しているのは、葵くんたちと親しいからだろ？
それもあるが、それだけじゃない。俺は、好きなんだ。あいつらが飛んでるところを見るのが。
葵くんたちが、飛んでいるところ？
Tatsuya nodded.
もうちょっと臭い言い方をすれば、夢を託してるんだ。俺たちのできなかったことをやってほしいってな。
Tatsuya continued working on maintenance of the winch while he was talking. And I watched over him from the side.
この1年、一度も飛んでいないんだろ？
ああ。でも、メンテはしとかないとな。
The old winch was thoroughly maintained, even though they weren't using it this whole year. They wanted to be ready to fly any time, as they haven't been neglecting its maintenance. As I was silent, Tatsuya gave me a sidelong glance.
1年前、お前がいなくなった時、あいつらすげえ寂しがってたぞ。お前、別れも言わずにいなくなったんだって？
うん。
It was too hard for me to say goodbye, because I knew I would want to stay there a bit longer. That's why I wanted to leave without saying goodbye to anyone. However, I love you, Senpai. I wanted to let you know how I feel at the very least.
ん？どうした？
なんでもない。
My face suddenly got hot, so I fanned
お前な
myself.
らわかるんじゃないか？突然、大切な誰かを失った気持ち。いつかを失ったお前なら。 ガレージもグライダーも取り上げられて、それでもあいつらはくじけずに今日までやってきた。まるで誰かさんそっくりだよ。
That someone is me,
言っと
right?
くけど、あいつら本気だぞ。葵は滑空場へ通い詰めてパイロット資格を取ったし、アゲハとハバネさんはうちの工場にアルバイトに来てる。
アルバイト？
FRP やその他の加工技術を習いながら、安いけどバイト代も出てる。ちなみに、バイト代は現金じゃなく、それと同等のグライダー用の資材をうちの工場で仕入れてほしいとさ。
そんなことまで。
I put such a burden on them.
お前今、自分のせいでって思ったろ。
いや、
Tatsuya laughed and said that everything was written on my face.
お前のためにやってたとしても、お前のせいじゃないさ。
どういう意味だ？
結局のところ、あいつらはやりたいからやってるのさ。グライダーを作って飛ばすのが楽しいから。そして、その夢をくれた先輩のことが好きだから。
だから、私のためだけれど、私のせいではないのか。
無理に大人になることなんてない。そんなの、その時が来れば勝手になるんだ。でも逆戻りはできないんだぜ。なら、今やれることをせいぜい頑張った方が俺はいいと思う。お前はいろいろ難しく考えすぎだ。
As he said that, Tatsuya closed the winch cover. It seems he finished the maintenance.
さてと、帰るか。どうする？駅まで送ってってやろうか？
いい。もうしばらく、ここにいたいから。
そうか。じゃ、またな。
ありがとう、達也。
He grinned as I thanked him and left with his tools. Once again, I was left alone, all alone in this vast runway. Suddenly, a sense of loneliness filled my heart. You of all people should understand it, the feeling of suddenly losing someone precious to you. Because you lost
同
Iska.
じことをしてしまっていたんだな。
As I murmured, I imagined the glider being pulled by the winch and taking off from the runway lit by the evening sunlight. On that day, we began our first test flight from here. Yes, it was the first time that Iska flew. The wings we made weren't good by any standards, so the first test went poorly. But it still remains as a fond memory to me. We were surprised when the wings we had made actually flew.
あの感覚は不思議だったな。グライダーが空を飛ぶのは当たり前のことなのに。
Its fuselage is designed for flying after all. If it flew, that only meant it was properly assembled. But it felt miraculous and
ワ
thrilling.
クワクしたんだ。
Now that I think of it, my first test flight with Aoi felt like this as well. Though back then I had to be the pilot, the fear and tension I had felt clearly dominated over the enjoyment. But I still don't think becoming the Soaring Club's advisor would be the right decision. It will cause trouble for someone again. I don't want anyone else to decide what is right for me. Suddenly I suddenly remembered what I always said. Those words reminded me of what someone else said. When was it, I wonder?
正しいとか間違ってるとか、僕はないと思う。それを決められるのは自分だけだ。だってそうだろ？誰かにとって正しくても、他の誰かにとって間違ってるってことはたくさんあるんだ。
So they carried over the right for one person as the wrong for another from the Kotri route as well. What are those badges?
だから僕は、僕にとって何が正しいか、他人に決められるのなんてごめんだね。迷った時は自分の心に耳を澄ませるといい。あんたの正しい答えはそこにある。
そうだ。あれはイスカに言われた言葉だ。
One time when I was worried, she said that to me with a smile. I remember being very surprised at the time. Because till then I thought that every problem has only one right answer. But Iska laughed it off and told me there are as many right answers as there are people. I never thought of that. Iska was a genius after all. I put a hand on my chest and listened to my heart. What I heard wasn't my own voice. It's not just about the memories. It's not just about the memories. We want to protect the dream we had together with you, Amane. To take you to the place that we couldn't reach that day. Is it wrong that I still feel that way? What I heard from my heart was everyone's voices. The next day after school, we started carrying out the plan to get our confiscated glider back.
まず、ガレージの鍵をこっそり持ち出して、鍵を開けておく。
They're gonna like try to steal the glider, and they're like gonna try to basically secure the infiltration route. They're like, okay, where's the key? Fuck, we can't find it. Guess we'll have to break the lock. So they go there, and it's just unlocked. What the fuck? Open the door, and she's just in there. Hey! Funny here for club activities, eh?
鍵を戻して、夜忍び込むと。
We need to borrow a bicycle-drawn trailer to transport it. Can't carry it by hand too far.
それでも人手が足りないわね。私は戦力にならないものね。
Actually, you shouldn't be doing anything at all.
どうしてよ。
Think what will happen if they found out.
そうそう。もしもの時は、葵と私とでやったことにするから。なんでよ。私だけの獣なんて許さないんだから。
Your situation is different from ours.
そうよ。いくらグライダーを取り戻すためとはいえ、小鳥がいなくなっちゃうかもしれないなんて、私絶対嫌だからね。でも。
Anyway, we need to get the key first. I heard Tobioka's taking care of it, though.
いきなりの難関ね。
何の相談かしら。
As she spoke so suddenly, it froze us in place as if we had looked at Medusa.
そんなにビビられると、ちょっと傷つくんだけど。
Adorable.
あかりさん嫌だな。私ら別に悪巧みなんてしてませんよ。そうよ。人聞き悪いこと言うのやめてもらいたいわね。訴えるわよ。
You just gave it away!
何の相談って声をかけただけよ。一体何の悪巧みをしてたのかしら。
It's nothing. Those two are just fooling around. We made Stiff Force smiled as we frantically tried to deceive her. She looked at us with suspicion inside.
まあいいわ。それより、おめでとう、ソアリング部の皆さん。
何が？
まだ聞いていないの？
We looked at each other as we had no idea what she was talking
ソ
about.
アリング部が正式に部活動へ復帰できることになったのよ。さっき望月先輩が職員室に来て、ソアリング部の顧問を引き受けると申し出てくださったそうよ。
We didn't get to see her, to hear her
どうして？
say the how.
あまねちゃんが？
We stared at Akari's beautiful face as if we saw something unbelievable. Our looks made her wince slightly.
何人か反対なさった先生もいたようだけど、望月先輩はこうおっしゃったそうよ。新しいコンセプトの風車をデザインするため、グライダー製作で得た知識を応用している。もしそれが認められないなら、講師の仕事も引き受けられない。と。
あまねちゃんがそんなこと言ったの
She actually did the thing I suggested in Courtney's round. Just like, I'm pissing off if you don't accept this. Is that such a firm and definitive thing?
で、それは困るということで、すぐに許可が下りたらしいわ。一部を除いて、うちの先生方は、望月先輩には甘いのよね。
To the point they let her repeat the same year so many times. There might have been more to it, simply having high hopes for a student. But...
あまねちゃんが、そんなこと言ってくれたんだ。おーい、涙ぐむにはまだ早いぞ。
はい、これ。ガレージの鍵。預かってきたわ。
Kotari took the key very carefully, as if it was a drop of precious liquid she didn't want to spill.
で、そのあまね先輩は今どちらに？
さあ、もう帰ったみたいだけど。
Since Amane apparently left not too long ago, we dashed out the school building to chase her. Like he's gonna be at full fucking sprint. Same with Ageha. And then there's just gonna be like Kotari, like faster than both of them on her fucking wheelchair or something. That would be hilarious.
全速力よ、葵くん。
Yeah, leave it to me. I ran while I was pushing Kotari's wheelchair. Then on the way... Tobioka was walking along the road leaning away from the gate.
お前ら。
As soon as he recognized us, he glared at us with irritation. We passed by him, feigning ignorance. Goodbye, says it!
さよ
俺は認めたわけじゃないからな。
I don't give a shit! You don't acknowledge the club, I don't acknowledge your kneecaps! As we passed by him, we heard his sharp remark. His face was red from frustration. Kotri turned back towards him. We were in a hurry. We had something more important to do than getting back at him. So we left that at Kotri's quick gesture. Whoosh. The wind from the lake was brushing the summer grass covering the runway. It seemed as if time had stopped here 1 year ago. But it only felt that way to me. It appeared to be the same at first, but in reality a lot had changed. The grass was overgrown and full of insect life. Iron normally rusts away and decays. But Tatsuya and those guys maintained the winch and kept it clean the whole time. Our world had been monotone like an old faded photo, but for some reason just the sky alone was blue.
そうか。私は楽しんでたんだ。
I've been staying in the soaring club just to keep my promise with Iska. However, I had started to enjoy making gliders and flying with the others before I even realized that... Nah, that's not quite true. Felt that way even when Iska was here. Fun. I'd never truly had fun before until I met Iska. Gliders flying through the sky. Something perfectly ordinary. So why is it so fun?
どうも、私はまだ苦手なようだ。楽しむってことが。バカだからな。
As I murmured this to myself, I heard some voices in the distance.
いた！おーい！あまねちゃん！先輩！
Amane! I saw Kotri and Age and Aoi running towards me. At that moment I felt not just the sky, but the whole world glittering. It just dropped as my heart pounded excitedly. It was from my expectations for the future that it was just beginning. And from my nostalgic memories. For I knew it, I was running as well.
おーい！みんな
I was expecting that, honestly. I was gonna hope, like, she starts running, someone like, don't run! And she just immediately fucking faceplants.
転んだ
Are you alright?
先輩
Falling down like that wasn't so bad. It hurt a little, but it reminded me of where I am. And I felt a little embarrassed by how I got everyone worried about me. She's gonna actually start growing up now. Maturing. Wait, I don't need to check for the fucking Hoshuri Yumemura video. There's still the mod that makes Nahobino too thick thumbnail just there, and I fucking hate it. There's also Majima everywhere, where someone decided to make like a Majima skin for Jacko in the newest Guilty Gear. And like, it actually looks hella good. It's literally just like, okay, we just basically make a female Majima. And it just works for some reason.
ん？何を書いて？フライトログ。フライトログ？飛んでもいないのに？
いいの。だってこの方が普通に活動日誌っていうよりかっこいいじゃん。
そういうものだろうか。
あ、こら、見るな。
どうしてだ？我々の活動日誌だろ？
フライトログ。
そこのバカというのは私のことだろうか。
ふふん、さあね。ところでさ、あまね。
なんだ？
こないだ手伝ってくれた男子、いたじゃん。隣のクラスのさ、覚えてる？
それはもちろんだ。私はバカだけど、3日前の出来事を忘れるほどではないぞ。そっか、彼は隣のクラスだったのか。
五十嵐達也くんって言うんだけど、あの人、うちの部に入ってくんないかな。
どうして？
ほら、すごく手先が器用だったじゃん。なんか工場の跡取り息子らしくてさ、そういうの小さい頃からやってたんだって。
けど、私とイスカがいれば製造作業に問題はないと思うが。
いや、大ありだから。あんたが作ったパーツ、へにょへにょで使い物にならなかったじゃん。
おかしいな。ちゃんと作ったんだがな。
つーかあんた、自分のこととなると、ほんと全くバカだよね。あの人が入ってくれたらさ、すっごい戦力になると思うんだよね。
そうかもしれないな。
どうした？なんか急に不機嫌そうになったぞ。
イスカがその男子の話をするとき、ちょっとだけ遠くに感じるんだ。
もしかして、やきもちっすか？
やきもち？こういう気分になることをそう言うのか？
嬉しいぞ、大親友でもね、女子と生まれたからには、一生に一度、大輪の花を咲かせたいものなのさ。恋は人生を一変させるって言うよ。また不機嫌そうになった。かわいいの、あまねちゃんは。
よくわからんが、なんとなく不愉快だ。だから私は反対だ。
待ってタマ。僕にとっての一番はあまねだから、これは多分一生変わらない。指切り。
At that time, I still didn't understand what Iska was talking about. I didn't even understand my own feelings. I was just confused because Iska in love seemed like a different person than the Iska I'd always known.
小鳥会長改め、小鳥新部長殿。悪くない響きね。会長のが偉そうだったけど。
Yeah, come on, get on with it.
そうですよ。早く入りましょう。前置きが長い。待ってせかさないで。シンソアリング部新部長に就任したこの小鳥ちゃんの最初の仕事なんだから。では、行くわよ。
When she finished her first vitally important job of opening the shutter, we followed our new club president inside the garage.
ここが。へえ。
It was just as we had left it 1 year ago. The desk was still messy. The shelves were cluttered with books and documents. The tools were laying on the floor. There were plenty of personal items that we had brought here for whatever reason. And there was the glider. As we stood in the doorway for a short time, it seemed like we traveled back in time and were looking at the scene from summer vacation 1 year ago.
やっと戻ってこられたのね。ここへ。
It's been a long year. Time and again, I thought we'd never get this place back. Finally, here we
や
are.
ったね、小鳥。
I guess spoke and patted Kotri on the head. He did it. He patted her on the shoulder. Kotri's voice was choked with tears.
またこの子は。
Has there been something wrong with your tear glands lately?
いいでしょ、別に。感動したら泣くように人はできてるのよ。そうですよ。はい、ハンカチどうぞ。ありがとう、朝。
Kotri wiped her tears with a handkerchief she borrowed from us and looked around the garage once again.
ここに戻ってこられただけじゃない。あまねちゃんまでいてくれるんだもの。
Kotri spoke triumphantly. A tear fell down from her eye. But the person in question who was standing behind her...
どうした？入らないのか？
She passed us and walked straight into the garage.
あまねちゃん、今いいとこなのに。
Amane put a large suitcase she was carrying on the desk. In that instant... Whoosh! A cloud of dust was sent flying! Fuck! I'm fucking evacuating. funny. The joke is that I have a dust allergy. Open the window, we need ventilation! Amane was standing amidst the flying dust, completely unconcerned.
あまねちゃんもこっち来なさい。そんなとこいたら病気になるわよ。鼻がムズムズします。それになんか臭いし。運動部の部室みたい。
Looks like we're doing a major cleanup first.
私、掃除用具取ってくるね。
Our momentary happiness was dispelled as the dirt and dust that had accumulated over the last year brought us back to reality.
こんなところかしら。
Agya wrung the rag she held and wiped the sweat from her forehead with her arm.
広いからお掃除も大変ですね。細かいところはまた今度にしましょう。今は清潔さを標準レベルにできればそれでいいわ。それにしても、このガラクタの山は何？
It was a pile of random stuff brought here by the former owners of the garage for whatever reason. There were swords, sword and spear replicas, toy guns, shuriken, and even the chainmail armor. They were also manga from over 10 years ago, signs and costumes probably used in a school festival, a broken engine that can't possibly belong to a glider, and so on.
今度まとめて捨てましょう。いいわよね、あまねちゃん。私に聞く必要はないぞ。もうここは君たちのものなんだから。じゃあ捨てる。後で分別しときましょう。
So with this, the cleanup is over for now. We all looked at each other.
まだよ。最後の仕上げが残ってるわ。
As Kotri said that, she went over to the desk in the back. It was the desk that Amane had used all the time until last summer. She was pretty much always in front of either the drafting board or this desk. When Kotri reached the desk, she rummaged through her bag and pulled something out. Then she put it on the desk.
写真撮って？
It was a picture of the morning glory. This is where that picture used to stand. Kotri put another frame picture beside it. This one was a photo we took together with everyone after the last flight. As we looked at those two pictures, we were flooded with emotion.
今度こそ飛びましょう。
Yeah.
いいなあ、先輩たち。
Asa, who was in the picture, looked at them enviously.
今度は朝たちも一緒に写るのよ。そうそう。はい。悪くないわね。
You shouldn't be looking in the past. Of course, it's still broken, huh? In the corner of the garage was the disassembled glider. The main wings were damaged. During the last year's final flight, we got caught up in a strong downward draft, and I had to pull the nose up quickly, which stressed and damaged the fuselage.
これも直してやんなきゃね。ごめんね。一年もほったらかしにして。
Amane watched us from a short distance as we looked over the glider and talked about it. Her gaze was curious, but also a little envious.
なあ、みんな。どうしたの、あまねちゃん。いや、聞かないのか？どうして私が顧問をする気になったのか。
Kotri looked at Agaya uneasily. Agaya shook her head and looked at me. I then looked at Kotri with an expression showing that I'm leaving it up to her. Asa and Yuru watched our silent exchange in puzzlement.
聞かない。
Kotri hesitated quite a while before she finished that sentence. Amane looked surprised.
どうして？正直、超気になるし、根掘り葉掘り聞きたいわ。でも、下手に掘り返すと、なんか、すごい地雷が出てきちゃいそうだもん。
Amane looked uncomfortable when she heard the word landmine. I wonder if it's like Kotri had feared that something is really up.
あの時、あんなひどいこと言っといて、何考えてんだ、ふざけんなよって気持ちも、実は多少あったりするんだけど、あまねちゃんが、帰ってきてくれたことだから、このガレージに戻ってくることができて、ここに、あまねちゃんがいてくれる。また私たちと一緒に、モーニンググローリーを目指す気になってくれた。それで、十分だから。モーニンググローリーを目指すのか、私は。
Amane muttered that as if she realized this for the first time.
目指すんじゃないの？いや、君たちがその気なら、まあ、うん。その気に決まってるでしょ？何聞いてたのよ！もう！
Kotri huffed angrily.
じゃあ、理由は言わない方がいいのかな？
Senpai glanced at us without much self-confidence.
言いたいなら、どうぞ。
She flinched when Aga prompted her.
あんまり言いたくないぞ。ただまたみんなとグライダーを飛ばしたいって思って。だから。
Senpai was trying really hard to pull her disarranged thoughts together and put them into words. When we heard that, we exchanged glances
そ
again.
れだけ聞けたら十分よ。あとは、話したくなった時、話せばいいわ。ね、みんな。
Aga and I nodded.
ありがとうみんな。私、顧問を頑張るよ。ええ、頑張りなさい。
Kotri patted Amane on the arm encouragingly. When she saw that, Aga happily whispered, "She's as self-important as ever, huh?" We were heading home. Everybody was talking and everyone was walking in a cheerful mood. We had recovered the garage and our glider. Starting tomorrow, we'll be able to do proper soaring club activities. We were talking excitedly, filled with expectations.
そんなことがあったのか。
Amane also joined the conversation and was laughing happily.
ねえ、葵くん。
Kotri called out to me secretly for some reason. She startled me since I had been looking at Amane, so I quickly turned my eyes away. What is it?
よかったわね。
What?
帰ってきてくれて。
While she was saying that, she glanced at Amane. Yeah. Nodded
いっそ
honestly.
付き合っちゃえば？
That'd be ridiculous. I got rejected last year. Kotri made a bored expression when I answered.
付き合えばいいのに。葵くんにだったら、あまねちゃんを任せてもいいと思ってるのにな。
She muttered, "Why are you acting like Senpai's parent? Finally got her to come back. I don't want to bring that up and make the mood awkward. Besides, just confessing my feelings was enough."
ふーん。
Kotri's expression showed that she wasn't sure whether she understood or not. I glanced at Senpai, who was walking some distance away from me.
ワクワクするな。
She was talking with Aga about something and laughing. Satisfied just by seeing her like this. Just by being in the same place as Amane. That was enough for me. Wishing for more would be excessive. That's what I thought while feeling Senpai's presence right beside me. Few days that followed the reinstatement of the Soaring Club were far less exciting. We wanted to push ahead with the glider remodeling project right away, but regrettably, we are students, and students have tests. We were approaching the end of the first semester, and we had tests just before summer vacation. The end of term exams. Now that we had been officially recognized as a club, we had to stick to the rules that forbade us from doing club activities during the exam period. On the first day of exams, I went to the garage after school. Huh? Amane? When I entered the garage, I found Amane in her usual position at the desk. Kinda missed that sight.
いやあ、葵くん。遅かったな。みんなはどうしたんだい？
Haven't I told you that our exams started today? So there won't be any club activities?
ん？そういや言ってたかな。
She said it like she didn't care either way and went back to using the computer that was on the desk. What are you doing?
PC を新しくしたんだ。機体の改良前にちょっとやっておきたいことがあってな。
Senpai was working away with the mouse and keyboard. Seems like she was setting up the new computer. Ooh.
なんだい？
Nothing. It's just that I'm no good with computers, so I was really impressed when I saw you working on one. If I had to say, I'd call myself an analog person.
そういうものか。
I think of it, you used to draft the blueprints by hand, right? Yeah, she said and turned her eyes to the drafting board that was standing in the back of the
あの
garage.
製図板はここに元からあったものなんだ。面白いから使っていた。いい道具というのは時代を超えて愛用されるものだ。
As I was surprised by Senpai's attachment to tools, I remembered that her main job was being an inventor. In other words, she was someone who creates tools.
それに設計図を印刷するための大型プリンタとか機材を揃えるのも高くつくしな。
It was outside the scope of the club's budget. But then again, she was building a homemade so was building a homemade
葵
glider.
くんは何をしに来たんだい？
I forgot something. Here it is. I left my cell phone here yesterday and forgot it. I don't really use it much, so I often put it down and forget about it. Well, I'm at it. I was thinking of studying it for tomorrow's test before heading home.
そうか。ならしていくといい。
She said that she turned back to the computer screen. If I won't be bothering you.
邪魔なはずないじゃないか。
She said it like it was obvious, which made me a little happy. Alright then, just a little bit.
小鳥たちとは一緒じゃないのかい？
They all gathered at Flying Fish Manor to study. Till now, we've been neglecting studies for exams due to our efforts to reinstate the soaring club. That's why everyone was frantically cramming for the tests only now.
どうして一緒にやらないんだ？
They're too noisy. Seems that when several girls gather together, they just can't stay quiet. Can't focus on studying like that. Besides, Never mind. And that was what dropped. If I came here, I might run into Amane. Can't deny I thought that way. Didn't think she'd actually be here though, since we told her that we had tests.
そうか。なら私も静かにしていよう。
She didn't make any sounds after that, aside from clicking on the mouse and keyboard. Focused on studying for tomorrow's test while in Senpai's presence.
いい？ここはさっきの問題の応用で。なるほど。すごくわかりやすいです。あんた、さっきもそうやってうなずいてたけど、実は分かってなかったわよね。だって難しいんですもん。夜ちゃんは、うわぁ、なんか試験とは全く無関係な、すごい難しそうな専門書読んでる。試験勉強なら、とっくに終わらせましたので。双子の姉妹でこうも違うとは。それ言わないでください。まあ、しゃあないって。人間それぞれ、得て増えてがあるものよ。私の得意なことって、何でしょう。愛嬌があるわ、妹より。そうそう、可愛いは正義だぞ。悪かったですね、可愛くなくて。いやー、夜ちゃんも十分可愛いから、それは間違いない。ところで、前から気になってたんですけど、葵先輩って、もしかしてあまねさんのこと、好きなんでしょうか？やっぱそう見えるか。あの人のことチラチラ見てるし、一緒にいるとなんだか幸せそうな顔してるわ。本人はうまく隠してるつもりみたいだけどね。葵くん、バレバレよ。うまく隠してるつもりなとこまで。ねえ、小鳥はどう思う？いや、どうかな？わかんないな。あまねさんって、彼氏さんとかいらっしゃるんでしょうか？どうなんだろう。いるのかしら。少なくとも、去年まではいなかったよね。見た目美人な上、スタイルもいい。ちょっと変なところがあるけど、職場で声をかけられないことの方が不思議かも。そうなのかな。なんで小鳥が凹んでんの？そりゃ凹みますよ。だって、そしたら葵先輩振られちゃうじゃないですか。もうとっくに振られてるんだけどね。 あんたさっきから何ブツブツ言ってんの？なんでもないわ。気になって勉強に集中できません。姉さんが言い出したんでしょ？でも気になるのは確かなんだよね。よし、今度確かめてみましょう。
I'm
おかえりなさい先輩。
Hi,
お
Asa.
邪魔しまーす。
Amane from behind me. I invited her over for dinner. Asa didn't listen to a word I said. As soon as she saw Amane, she ran over to the dining hall. What was that? When I led Amane into the dining hall, we were caught in a crossfire of everyone's glances.
何かの？
Senpai was slightly startled by that bizarre atmosphere. We were at the garage together just now, so I invited her over for dinner. Is that a problem?
さっきまで一緒だったんですって。それってつまり、あれですよね。やるわね、葵。やっぱり帰ろうかな。ダメ！あまねちゃん、帰っちゃダメ！こら、あんたたち、せっかく来てくれたのに、歓迎しなさい！タイやヒラメのように、舞い踊りなさい！そうよね！せっかく葵が勇気出して連れてきたんだもん！私、応援しますから。私は遠巻きに見てますから。
Huh? What the heck? Everyone's obviously acting strangely.
なんかみんな怖いぞ。お腹いっぱいだ。
Seppa rubbed her belly with a satisfied expression. I feel a little sorry for her. Those guys kept acting weird even during dinner. They were constantly stealing glances at me or Amane. Just what the heck is going on? However, once Amane had started eating, she ignored their glances and ate for the first time in a while, so wolfing down food in a way that spoiled her beauty.
それじゃあまた明日。待って待って、あまねちゃん、ストープ！
Kotri in a wheelchair fiercely dashed after Senpai from the other side of the hallway.
ちょっとね、お話があるの。
As Kotri said that, the other girls poked their heads out from around the corner in the hallway and watched the course of events, as if they were secretly cheering her on.
別にいいが。じゃあ、朝たちの部屋にしましょう。朝、夜、いいわよ
Twins
ね。
nodded in unison. However, the twins' room was on the second floor.
よーし、それじゃあみんなで小鳥を運ぶぞ。
As she said that, everyone took hold of the wheelchair and lifted it up. You're gonna carry her to the second floor? Can't you just talk on the first floor?
それがダメなのよ。重いです。ハバネ先輩、ダイエットした方が。嘘、そんなはずないって。車椅子が重いだけよ。
Should I help?
いい。
My help was flat out rejected.
男子禁制だから、葵くんは絶対に上がってきちゃダメよ。
What the heck was that all about?
話ってなんだ？お菓子食べない？フリッチどうぞ。チョコレートありますよ。私飲み物取ってきます。バスの時間がもうすぐなんだが。ほら、小鳥先輩。あのね、あまねちゃんってさ、好きな人とかいるの？好きな人？おう、いるぞ。嘘！誰？ここにいるみんなだ。じゃなくて！違うのか？とっても嬉しいんですけど、そういう好きではなく飲み物どうぞ。私入れます。だから、つまり、彼氏いるんですか？あ、いった！しかもあっさり。彼氏？いるぞ。 の私に断りもなく、あまねちゃんとお付き合いしてる不届き者。やっぱり、職場で出会ったんですか？葵くんだ。
She's under the fucking assumption that they're dating. But he thinks that he got rejected. Is that it?
は？あれ？どういうことですか？もしかして、今日ここへ来る前にもう告白されたとか？今日？違うぞ。じゃあ、いつからそんな関係に？去年の夏からだ。嘘！じゃあ何？私らに隠れてお付き合いしてたってこと？大人の関係だ。でもとてもそんな風には見えなかったんですけど。葵さんのあれは演技？いや、そんなはずないわ。だって葵くんは振られたって言ってたもん。どういうことなのか、順を追って説明してもらってもよろしいでしょうか？いいぞ。去年の夏休みの最後の日、葵くんに言われたんだ。好きだと。それで私はこう答えたんだ。わかったって。はあ、それで？それだけだが。その後、1年間会ってなかったですよね。それとも、こっそり連絡を取り合ってたんでしょうか？いや、この前久しぶりに会ったぞ。難解すぎて、私ついてけそうにないです。っていうかそれ、付き合ってないんじゃ。そうよね。そうなるわよね。てか、葵は、振られたって思ってるんじゃ。え？
I was like, what? Huh? Did I fuck up?
どうしてだ？だって私は好きだと言われて、それを肯定的に受け入れたんだぞ。
Hold on. There we go. We skipped that. That was important.
いや、そうなんだけど。好きに対してイエスと答えれば、関係成立ではないのか？でもその後会ってないんじゃ、お付き合いしていることにはならないんじゃ。なら、どういう状況を指してお付き合いをしているというのだろうか。そりゃ、しょっちゅう会ったり、電話したり、そういう関係を言うんじゃない？なんだ、なら今はお付き合いしているじゃないか。脅かさないでくれ。いや、違いますから！学校で毎日顔を合わせるとかじゃないですから！それだとクラス全員が付き合ってることになってしまいかねないわね。難しいぞ。じゃあ、どうすればいいんだ？だから、わからないから聞いているのだが。どう説明したらいいんだろう。あまねちゃん。少なくとも、葵くんはそうは思っていないわよ。そうなのか？違う！葵くんがあまねちゃんのこと好きじゃないって意味じゃなくて。なんだか頭が混乱してきたぞ。みんな賢いな。
No, you're just an
経験
idiot.
豊富なんだな。誰か経験ある人いる？
I wonder what everyone is talking about on the second floor. The excited voices and Kotori's occasional shrieks were even echoing downstairs. They're lucky. I wish I were up there talking with Amane too. Hat was standing at my feet, called out as if he was trying to comfort me. When I say I'm the girl's dorm mother, everyone gets jealous, but Hat, being the only guy among a group of girls can be quite lonely. Together with Hat, I was studying for tests at the dining hall table.
というわけで、特別ゲストをお呼びしました。どうしたの？あまねちゃんがね。なるほど。さあ、説明してやってちょうだい。望月先輩。 なんだろう。非常に言いづらいんですが、それはお付き合いしているとは言いません。なんだって？ズバリ。それは望月先輩の脳内設定であって、客観的事実に基づくとこうなります。葵くんが勇気を出して告白した。しかし望月先輩は学校を去ることを理由に気持ちは受け入れつつも彼を振った。葵くんは憧れの先輩への思いを今も胸に秘め、けなげにも遠巻きに眺めて暮らしている。
さすがカナダはとってもわかりやすい。
そうだったのか。どうしよう。私はずっと自分に彼氏がいるものと思ってて、ラボの同僚にもそう説明していたんだ。
Like, she's just bragging about her boyfriend to her colleagues. They're all fucking heartbroken. And he's over there like she fucking dumped me. What the fuck is Oh, fuck.
何度か交際を申し込まれたこともあったんだが、葵くんがいるからとみんな断ってしまったぞ。
それはナイスです。前代未聞の大ボケだけど、ファインプレーだわ。
けどそれ、エア彼氏を自慢していたようなもので、バレるとだいぶ恥ずかしいわね。エア彼氏。では、どういう状況をお付き合いしているというのだろうか。
Like, the problem was I got it. Or just like saying yes when he says I like you, when he said I love you. Because that's like, okay. He didn't ask to go out, he just said that he likes it. That was not that was not her accepting. That was not reciprocation, it was acceptance. Is how I would say it. It's not reciprocated, it's accepted.
電話したり、メールしたり、デートしたりってのもありますが、もっと簡単な定義があると思います。それは、お互いが付き合っていると認識していることです。おお。
なるほど。あまねちゃんの場合、ただの独りよがりだったと。
葵も災難ね。1年間、勘違いで片思いさせられてたなんて。では、私はどうすればいいんだろうか。教えてもらえないか。その前に聞きますけど、望月先輩は葵くんのこと好きなんですか？
どうなの？
好きだぞ。それは男の子として？多分。
なんで自信なさげなのよ。
だって経験のないことだからよくわからないんだ。それでもお付き合いはしたいと。となると、ちゃんとその気持ちを伝えて、あとは葵くんがどう返事をするかですね。
けど、お付き合いがどういうものかも分かってないあまねちゃんだと、激しく心配だわ。
また信じられないような大ボケをかましてくれそうだよね。自分でも心配だぞ。ネットで探せば、恋愛についてレクチャーしてくれてるサイトとか出てくるから、そこで勉強してみては？
No, 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 no! That's a bad idea! This can only go terribly. Fuck tag me. Oh, people liked my reply. Well, that's something I learned today. Apparently the voice actor that voiced Anos Voldigod in The Misfit of Demon Academy was married to Lisa, the like that popular vocalist, and cheated on her. And now I saw an article that apparently someone else is going to be voicing him, so he certainly probably got some backlash after that affair.
あ、そんなのがあるのか。よし、早速探してみよう。うわ
い。お菓子食べて、さっきよりも太ったんじゃん。腕がプルプルします。落とさないでよ。命に関わるわよ。
Are you done talking? And I finished cleaning up the hallway. Courtney and the others came down from the second floor.
葵、手伝って。
You said you didn't need my help earlier. Make up your mind. I complained along the way as I went to help them. Walking down the stairs is more exhausting and dangerous than going up. There you go.
ありがとう、葵くん。
What were you all talking about? And I asked. They all exchanged glances uncomfortably.
葵には関係ない話だから。そうそう、全然関係ない話。
I was really hurt that they were deceiving me like that. As I thought that Amane came down from the second floor. She looked like she was shocked. She was pale and her steps were unsteady. I looked at her worriedly and her eyes met when she was halfway down the stairs. At that instant, Senpai's pale face turned bright red. Senpai, what's wrong?
いや、
Oh no. The awkwardness stage. When she looked at me, she got all flustered for some reason.
あまねちゃん、早速チャンス到来よ。ファイトです、先輩。ね、葵くん。
Yes?
どうやら私は大変な誤解をしていたようなんだ。
What are you talking about?
つまりだな。私はその。
While Senpai was mumbling that with a bright red face, she gradually hung her head and looked like she was about to cry. Wait, Senpai, what's the matter?
ご飯美味しかったんよ。
Huh?
じゃあもう帰る。
She didn't wait for my reply and rushed towards the front door.
待ってください。私も一緒に帰ります。
I got chased after her. What's going on?
あまねちゃんがへたれた。
Kotori muttered that as she watched Amanda dashing out the front door as if she was running away. That's fucking annoying, isn't it? It's fucking hilarious. The answer sheets were collected as soon as the bell had rung. The thread of tension finally snapped and noisy conversation started filling the classroom. We were halfway through the end of terms exam. The end was near and summer break was approaching.
葵、どうだった？
So I guess. I managed to fill out the entire answer sheet and even though I pretty much only crammed the night before. Normally, I would have been labeled as a delinquent long ago. I have to keep up my grades. I have to keep my grades up at the very least.
だね。これからどうすんの？
She probably wanted to go home together if I didn't have any plans. I'm sorry, I'm gonna go and study today as well.
あ、そう。
Haga responded in an uninterested manner and then flashed a mean grin.
頑張ってね。
She said that suggestively and then ran over to Kotori. Was she? Could it be that she noticed? Unrequited love for Amane. Got a strange feeling that when they were having their girl talk upstairs the other day. Wait, but I'm not showing any signs of that. Must never express feelings like those. If they can't tell, they must be psychics. Well, he fucking thinks he's like the fucking smoothest actor around the block. Just fucking unpenetrable poker face. But nah! As I thought that, I stopped walking towards the garage. She might have noticed. Not Aga, but Amane. Since I already confessed her and was turned down, she might realize that if I keep going to see her for no apparent reason. Oh no! Maybe I shouldn't go today. Like, she's gonna be waiting there like, when's he gonna come, when's he gonna come, when's he gonna come? or not, in the end I came here again. To the garage. It's fine, Senpai's so oblivious she won't figure it out. Besides, I made up a good excuse to come here. Hi. The garage shutter was half open. Senpai was inside, working on the computer in silence. As usual, she looked very serious. The fact she didn't notice my greeting wasn't anything out of the ordinary either, so I ignored her lack of a reply and opened my bag. What I pulled out was a lunchbox. Senpai, if you want, you can eat this. This was my excuse to come here. I brought an extra lunchbox. I put it on her desk. Even though she still didn't notice me. When I looked at her carefully, Senpai's face was incredibly red, like she had a fever. She was staring at the screen fixatedly, and at times... She's reading the fucking... Oh no, she's on the internet! Everyone take cover! She was making weird noises like that. Seems unusually troubled. What is bothering her so much? Driven by curiosity, I peeked at the screen over her shoulder. Huh? On the screen there was a big picture, something that I think I've seen before. I certainly saw a similar drawing in a health and physical education textbook.
ペニスをバギナ
Jesus, motherfucker. The image she was fixated on was a diagram of a male and female genitalia. What should I do? What is this situation? Why is Senpai looking at something like that? Wait, she's free to look at whatever she wants. More importantly, now that I witnessed this, what am I supposed to... Clatter. As soon as she noticed me, Senpai jumped up with a bright red face. Then she quickly tried to cover the screen with both hands.
これは違うんだ勉強だなしていただけでつまり
I'm sorry. I looked away and apologized awkwardly. I didn't really see anything. Well then. Bye.
待ってくれ
Grab. She caught my arm as I tried to leave in a
待
hurry.
ってくれこのまま返したら取り返しのつかないことになる気がする釈明をさせてほしい
She looked at me as if she was prepared to die for the cause. Go ahead.
みんなが私はお付き合いの何たるかを分かっていないと言うんだ
Huh?
それでその筋のスペシャリストだというカナコにアドバイスをもらい参考になるサイトを教えてもらった
Even sites like this? The screen was still showing the images of genitals. Senpai swiftly leaned over the PC, reached for the power cord, and pulled it out. That was the first time I've seen her move that quickly. She can move fast if she tries. So she can move fast if she tries. The computer made a humming sound as it was forcefully powered down. Is it okay to cut power like that? It's even a brand new PC.
今守るべきは PC ではないと判断した
But how did it go from talking about dating to that sex education site?
カナコが教えてくれたサイトの項目にあったんだ正しいそのせ
You don't have to say that.
ついての豆知識がどうやらすごく大事なことらしいじゃないか
Certainly is. I got it. I'll forget what I saw just now. Please don't worry about it and continue your studies. Here's some lunch. Go ahead and eat it when you get hungry. I pointed at the lunchbox I left on the desk. Amane, deeply flushed, hung her head down. It was the first time I've seen Senpai with such an embarrassed expression. So even she gets embarrassed sometimes. It was new to me. It was quite awkward, after all, so I was going to leave, but then Amane asked me.
なあ葵くん
What is it?
葵くんはしたことあるのかい
Huh?
だからセックスをだよ
Squirm. She looked up at me with an adorably shy expression and asked an absolutely unexpected question. No, there's no way I would have! I replied in panic and Senpai looked a little surprised.
そうなのか 葵くんならきっとあると思ったんだが、実は私もないんだ。ラボに出入りしているバイトの女子学生が言うには、それは非常に稀なことで、私は生きた化石のような存在らしい。生きた化石といえばシーラカンスだが、未だに自分との共通項を見出せずにいるんだ。
When she muttered, they are living on the same earth, but Keolacans are They are living on the same earth, but Keolacans are vicious, with a serious expression. Well, as I was looking at her, something occurred to me. So Senpai hasn't done it yet. During this past year, I was assuming she had already done it for sure. Senpai was such a beautiful person. It's different when she secludes herself in the garage like Keolacant that lurk in the deep, like Keolacant that lurks in the depth of the sea. But as soon as she steps outside, guys are about to start hitting on her. It was weird for me to say. There's no way I would have blurted it out in the spur of the moment, but now that I think about it, it wouldn't be strange for me to have some experience in this regard. But I've had no luck with girls, even though I'm surrounded by girls on a daily basis. In the end, I still love Amane, so I don't see the other girls as potential partners.
そうか。葵くんもないのか。
While I was thinking about that, Senpai was also pondering on something and was muttering to herself. When I saw her like this, yeah, we've had a similar conversation before. If I recall correctly, it was last year's summer on the night when we were waiting for the morning glory. Senpai and I went to the runway on our own. The old kiss situation?
キスしたことは？
No, I haven't.
そうなのか。君ならあると思ったんだがな。
I'd like to try if I haven't had a chance, though.
なら、私としてみないか？
At that time, I didn't accept a proposal, which made her angry and leave. So the current situation is very similar. In fact, it's the same. Just as I thought that.
じゃあ、私と。
Senpai nervously looked up at me and started saying something. It seemed like she was about to make an absurd suggestion again.
私と、
If you say any more than that, I'll get seriously angry. I'm gonna froze.
どうしてだい？私はただ、葵くんとなら
I'll get angry. I took one step towards her.
葵くんが怖い顔をする。
Senpai winced and her eyes got teary. I sighed deeply and turned my back on her. When you're studying stuff like that, please do it where no one else can see. Those words I left the garage. And now, even though she knows my feelings, I muttered and complained without thinking. Then would you like... Well, of course I would want to do that! That's not something I could do just because we're both interested in it. Especially when the person in question is someone I truly love. I wonder if I still haven't experienced it because I think that way. Seems people my age nowadays are much more casual about sex. But I'm not like this, so it can't be helped. Senpai eventually going to do that with someone? Do that? Well, a little depressed as I thought about that while I was looking up at the sky. That was annoyingly clear. Final exams have ended and a long-awaited summer vacation has begun. Be careful on your way home. I noticed Yuko was returning home and I saw her off to the front door. Sana and Ryoko already went home yesterday. Yuko was the last of those three boarders who was going to spend summer vacation at home to leave. With only half the usual residents left at Flying Fish Manor, it was not as lively as usual. By the way, it seems that Kotri won't be returning home this year. Hibari tried to convince her, but given that we had recovered our garage and Amane had returned, Kotri had no intention of leaving Kazagaura. Asa and Yoru lived a walkable distance from Flying Fish Manor to begin with, so they stayed here in the end. And there's Kanako. Just like last year, she said she wasn't going home. Although they are still residents, for the time being, I am free from my dorm mother duties. At last I could focus on my club activities.
朝ちゃん、もうすぐ資材が届くから、スペース開けられるようにしといて。 小鳥、今のうちに工程もう一回確認しとこっか。設計図お願い。ほいさ。
Aga's quick instructions were echoing inside the garage. Everyone was following them and moving around busily. It was finally beginning the remodeling of our glider.
ワクワクするわね。ワクワクっていうか、もううずうずよ。
We've been waiting for this the whole year. During the period our club was downgraded to a circle. The fatigue everyone felt after the exams went out of the window. We were full of energy and defiance of the summer sunlight.
アゲハいるか？
Anchan peeked in through an opening in the shutter.
運ぶのを手伝ってくれ。
はーい。葵、朝ちゃん、夜ちゃん。
Yeah!
行こう、夜ちゃん。
We unloaded a large amount of items from the bed of the light truck that Anchan drove in from the back gate. Huge cardboard boxes, tin cans, and other stuff. These were all materials to be used for improving the glider. Last year we were buying materials with Amane's pocket money, but this time it was different. During the year we were downgraded to a circle. Aga and Kotri were working part-time at Anchan's workshop. While they were learning various engineering techniques, they were also getting paid a little. That pay wasn't in cash, but in materials. Using Amane's blueprints, we estimated the amount of materials that would be necessary for remodeling and received all we needed. Getting them from Anchan's place was relatively cheap, and we could choose the highest quality materials. And now we were carrying these in.
樹脂の缶はこっちの涼しいところに、ガラスクロスの箱はこっち。他は
We were sorting the materials according to Kotri's directions and putting them in stacks. Kotri and Agaya surveyed the earnings and looked about proudly. This is the result of their hard work and their fruits of labor now gaining physical shape. Of course they would be proud.
あれ？ポリエステル樹脂の缶が多いみたいだけど、ほんとだ。おーい、あんちゃん！
ああ、それは俺からの選別だ。お前らギリギリで見積もってただろう。後で足りなくなっても困るし、余っても補修に使えるだろ。なーに、かわいい後輩たちに俺も何かしてやりたいだけさ。
Anchan said casually, but even if he hadn't done this, we were already more than indebted to him.
おー。
Amane looked at the piles of materials in high hopes.
あまねちゃん、いよいよ作るのよ。あまねちゃんが設計したグライダーを。嬉しくないの？いや、嬉しいんだが、なんだか不思議な感じだ。設計図を書いていたとき、私は作る予定のないものだと思っていたから。変なの？全部運び終わりました。お疲れさ。あんちゃん、ありがとう。
お前らのグライダーが飛ぶの楽しみにしてるぞ。
Anchan ruffled Aga's hair a little. Then he looked towards Amane and left the garage without saying anything else.
さあ、行くわよ。やろうども。
At Kotri's command, we began our work on remodeling the fuselage. My eyes fucking twitching. Our work was steadily proceeding. For exams, we were only repairing the parts that had been damaged. During that time, we had taught Asa and Yoru the basics of FRP processing. Now the primary focus of improvements were the main wings. So far, the glider had conventional tapered wings. Since we were replacing them with forward swept ones, we had to move the connection to the body a little to the rear. If you do that, the center of gravity will shift to the back and the balance of the airframe will be better. Building the main wings was the biggest job, but since we did pretty much the same thing last year, Augie and the others were already quite skilled in this field. Instead, remodeling the body was the most difficult part. If we fail here, we can ruin the entire airframe. That's why we are going to get Anchan to come and oversee our work when he has time. The rest is creating small and detailed parts.
何度も失敗できる余裕はないわ。慎重に行きましょう。そうね。あまねちゃんが作ったやつみたいに飛んでる最中に折れちゃったりしたら大変だものね。 おかしいな。私だってちゃんと作ったんだけどな。
Amane, who was sitting in front of the computer, heard that conversation and pouted.
あまねちゃんは何をやってるの？お仕事ですか？
Senpai had been bringing her stuff from work to do in the garage. Thanks to that, you can stay here all afternoon.
いや、
She hesitated for some reason, stole a glance at me.
これシミュレータだ。あれ？でもこの機体のシルエット、改良機用にシミュレータをバージョンアップしたんだ。少しでも練習できるといいと思って。葵くん、すごいよ。ほら、こっち来て。
Oh, you're right. Sure, the plane is different. The plane I have seen numerous times, and the blueprints was displayed in colored 3D CG on screen.
これ、もう動かせるんですか？
Senpai, over the counter of my presence, nodded. Ever since the day I saw her looking at that sex education site, the move between the two of us was constantly awkward.
もうこれ、使えるんだって。
Yeah, with this I can get some practice before the test flight. Really grateful for that. The changes to the shape of the main wing it will feel different during the flight. No matter how much you have trained, actual flight without any practice is quite scary. That's what I thought when...
やった。葵くんが喜んでくれてるぞ。
Senpai lightly clenched her fists and smiled with her whole face.
急にどうしたの、あまねちゃん。ニコニコして気持ち悪いな。なんでもない。
She's so fucking adorable! She only got better! She just keeps getting better, man! Fuck's that? Ah, that's what that is. Fuck.
じゃあ、葵はシミュレーターやってて。手が必要な時は呼ぶから。
I got it. Everyone continued working even after the sun had set. No one to start the test flights even just one day sooner. While everyone was hurriedly moving around the garage, I was sitting in the corner and trying out the simulator that Senpai had updated. It feels a bit different. It's because the center of gravity was shifted towards the back. As I recalled the flight from last year's summer from the... With the old aircraft, I could clearly feel the difference. While I was doing that... Took a quick look at Senpai, who was nearby. Right now, she was facing the computer and was barely doing her work. As she gazed at the screen with a serious expression, her profile looked dignified and really beautiful. Oops. Focus. Ever since the incident the other day, we've been awkward around each other. I was trying not to worry about this issue, but Senpai was clearly avoiding me. Or rather, she seemed really nervous around me. Maybe I shouldn't have told her off back then. But I had a good reason to get angry. Because she said something like that even though she knew my feelings. Can't excuse that with her being a natural airhead. You can't excuse that with her being a natural airhead. Although I guess I regret that a little. Glance. Still another glance at Senpai's profile. The person I admired the most was right there. I could have my first time with her. In fact, I'm brooding over this means I still haven't gotten over her. Even though I was trying to act cool and told Kotri I was satisfied just by conveying my feelings. Sighed unintentionally.
葵くんがあまねちゃんをじっと見つめてため息ついてる。あまねちゃん、あまねちゃん。なんだ、小鳥。ちょっとこっち来て。何か問題でもあったのか？ねえ、あれから葵くんとはどうなの？なんか前よりも気まずくなってるように見えるんだけど、まだ言ってないの？好きだって。もう何やってるのよ。だって恥ずかしいじゃないか。葵くんもそうだったと思うよ。あまねちゃんに告白したとき。勇気出そう。好きって言えば必ず OK してくれるから。そうだろうか。ほんと私が保証する。1年も経ってなんで今頃って思われないだろうか。なんでそんなとこだけ普通の女の子みたいな思考になってんのよ。 だいたい1年も会ってなかったくせに、なんで付き合ってると思い込んでたわけ？変だと思わなかったの？
ちょっとくらいは思ったぞ。変だって。でも、私はバカだからな。
何かきっかけをつかみましょう。葵くんに話しかけるのよ。
意識してしまって、うまく会話ができないんだ。
それでもいいから、変なのはいつものことだって、葵くんもきっと思ってくれるから。
私はそんなに変か？
変よ。だから、自信持って。
おう。
Amane finished chatting with Kotari in another part of the garage and returned to her seat. She was blushing a little, and she was stealing glances at me as I practiced at the simulator. What are they talking about? Those two have been up to something lately.
なあ、葵くん。
Senpai walked over here and peeked at the monitor.
どうかな、それ。
It's working really well.
本当か？
If I train with this, I'll be able to pilot the glider confidently even during the real test flights. Thank you very much, Senpai.
いやー、葵くんに褒められたぞ。
Then Senpai returned to her seat, humming joyfully. Apparently, being praised for her work on the simulator made her really happy. Widow. Well, she's always been like that.
ちょっと、あまねちゃん、席に戻ってどうすんの？せっかくいい雰囲気だったのに。
そうだった。葵くん。
Senpai came back. Yes?
お腹が空かないか？
I think of it, yeah, quite a bit. I looked at the clock, it was already 7. Everyone was focused on working. Everyone was so focused on working, they had completely forgotten the time. I'll go and buy some.
いや、違う。
I'm going to the convenience store to grab something to eat. Tell me what you want. Called out to everyone and they paused their work to give me their requests. Kotari looked extremely irritated for some reason. Maybe she doesn't like convenience store food. Senpai, what do you want?
おにぎりとサンドイッチと、ウルトラカップの豚骨ラーメンを頼む。
Got it. Okay, I'll be back. As everyone resumed their work, I left the garage and ran to the convenience store. We continued late into the night. We continued working for a few hours after we finished the food I brought from the convenience store. Everyone had a lot of energy since it was the first day. I also continued practicing with the simulator and helped out here and there.
今日はこのくらいにしとこうか。
Like I said, once we reached a good place to stop, we started cleaning up.
朝ちゃん、夜ちゃん。いきなりハードだったんじゃない？
全然。すごく面白かったです。私も。早く完成して飛ぶところが見たいです。見たいよね。
だって、小鳥部長。それでこそ、我がソアリング部員よ。
I also shut down the PC that was connected to the simulator and got ready to leave. Amane! I'm really grateful for your updates to the simulator. It's been extremely helpful. Senpai's cheeks turned red for some reason. She averted her
あ
eyes.
まねちゃんはどうするの？私たちもう帰るけど。
まだ仕事がある。
Please be careful on your way back.
ありがとう。
She thanked me and she blushed again and... Pinch. She held onto my finger. Huh?
おやすみ、葵くん。
Then she quickly let go of me and hurried back to her seat. Then she quickly let go of me, hurried back to her seat as if she were running away. Good night. I love her! Roll. When I got back to my room, I tossed myself on my bed and started rolling around while hugging my pillow. A strange thing she did when I was about to leave. She grabbed my finger. Damn! What the heck was that? And she did that. She was blushing and shy and looking at me with upturned eyes. Why did she make that face? She's much older and looks mature, but the way she acts and her facial expressions, it's cute, like a child. Senpai is so cute! Even though she's my senpai! Ever since I've seen her again, I've been struggling not to show my feelings. But after that incident... What'd you like? Can't keep my feelings in check any longer. I had no way to calm down my raging emotions other than rolling around in bed. Roll, roll. Roll, roll, roll. I was furiously rolling around in on my small bed. Even I had to admit that doing that until I was out of breath was quite silly, but it did help me calm down a little. When my head cooled down, I started thinking about what I could do. I could confess to her properly once again. The first time I was acting on impulse because Senpai was going to leave. I was prepared to be completely rejected. Or rather, I just desperately wanted her to know my feelings. But now it's different. Now that I get to spend time with her again, this time, I have to tell her that I love her. Otherwise, I'll end up hugging my pillow and rolling around on the bed like an idiot every day. I swore that while I was remembering the soft sensation of her hand touching my finger. The others in the dorm were probably just like, what the fuck is he doing? There are a few circumstances needed to confess to her. First, you have to be alone. Also, you can't just go ahead and say that. Mood is important too. Right now, everyone is in the garage working on improving the glider. So there's no way I could take Senpai outside to talk. That would stand out too much. I was practicing with the simulator and helping out with the construction while I was worrying about that constantly. I stopped with a huge yawn. Damn, I haven't slept well. I haven't been getting enough sleep lately. During exams, I studied late into the evening, and after summer break started, I've been getting up early to repair typhoon damage on the dormitory and such. What's more, I've been thinking about Amane. I've barely been able to sleep. In this condition, working hard on club activities starts taking its toll on me. Kotri was glaring at me for some reason. Did I do something to make her mad? She's still angry that I carelessly broke the yolk on her fried egg this morning. Pretended not to notice and kept working.
Aoi-kun, ちょっといい?
Kotri took me outside of the garage. Why do we have to be outside? She wanted to complain about her egg yolk. That's a little bit excessive. Kotri made sure that nobody was around, then she turned to me.
あれから、あまねちゃんとどう?
How? Nothing's changed. I replied as if nothing had happened. That's what you'd call a poker face.
全然今まで通りに見えないから聞いてるんだけど。っていうか、あまねちゃんのこと意識しまくってるの。もうみんなにバレバレなんだけど。なのに、まだ気づかれてませんって顔してて、なんかムカつくわ。
What are you grumbling to yourself?
まだ、好きなのよね。
Well, yeah. Wait, you've told the others about it, haven't you?
なんで?
Because recently everybody looks at me funny. They are stealing glasses at me and giggling.
違う、私言ってないよ。
Then who did?
誰っていうか、単にバレバレなだけで。
Kotri mumbled with a troubled expression. Well, whatever. So, what did you want?
そうだった。ね、葵くんはそんなだし、あまねちゃんは超ヘタレだし、見ててもどかしいっていうか、なんていうか。だからもう言っちゃうけど、あまねちゃん。こーら、小鳥、何サボってんの?
Good girl, Ageha. Don't fucking do that, Kotri. Shit like that is not good. He's going to confess. Ageha suddenly appeared and interrupted Kotri.
いや、サボってるんじゃなくて、葵もやることあるでしょ?
Yeah, sorry. I apologize, looked at Kotri.
もういい。ごめんね。
Kotri was downhearted for some reason. She said this, left them behind, and went back to the garage.
で、何言おうとしてたわけ？
あまねちゃんが葵くんのこと好きだって。
見ててもどかしいのはわかるけど、それはマナー違反ってもんよ。
That just reminds me of the scene in Birth by Sleep where where Terra meets Riku for the first time on Destiny Island, and the whole promise thing, where Sora's like, "Oh, come on, you tell me I'm like the best secret keeper in the world." Every fucking world in Kingdom Hearts knows of the existence of other worlds, probably only because of you by now. You do not keep secrets well, bitch.
本人から伝えることでしょうが。
そうなんだけど、でも私、実は、
実は何よ。
言えない。葵くんの気持ち、こっそり教えてもらってたなんて、アゲハには言えない。
何一人で悶々としてんの？
なんでもない。
私さ、小鳥って葵のことが好きなんだと思ってた。
なんでそうなるかな？
なんか、そんな感じに見えたから。なのに、あまね先輩のことを応援しちゃったりして。
そりゃ、好きっちゃ好きだけど、それは友達としてだもん。友達だから力になってあげたいの。それに、あまねちゃんのことも同じくらい好きよ。アゲハは違う？
違くない。だからまあ、見てて超もどかしいんだけどね。
もし、あまねちゃんと葵くんがうまくいってくれたら嬉しいじゃない。
そうだね。ちょっぴり寂しいけど。さあ、戻って作業の続きやろう。
おう。
よーし、今日はここまで。みんな、お疲れさーん。
お疲れ。
今のところ工程表通り。もうちょい頑張れば後期短縮できるかも。
朝と夜が頑張ってくれてるおかげね。
さあ、片付けして帰ろ
う。あれ、葵先輩寝ちゃってますよ。
ほんとだ。
最近、寮母のお仕事とかあって大変そうだったのよね。葵くん、起きて。葵くん。起きない。
このまま寝かせておいてやったらいいんじゃないかな。
でも、それじゃ帰れないんじゃ。
だから、でしょ？
なるほど。あまねちゃん。
なんだ？葵、このまま置いて帰りますんで、後のことはよろしくお願いしますね。
うん。それじゃあ、またね、あまねちゃん。
さようなら。失礼します。起きたのか？寝返りを打っただけか。そんな格好で寝て苦しくないのかな。そうだ。
Oh no. How bad.
あの二人、今頃どうしてるでしょうね。
Let me just, there we go. Rid of that one.
さあ。
Right now we're still fine.
けどあまねちゃん、超ヘタレだから、寝顔見てるだけかもしれないわね。
I feel like she's currently slobbering as meat stick. I don't know what it is. It's just a feeling.
わかんないわよ。案外、大胆な行動に出てるかもよ。
それは、どんな？
例えば、添い寝をするとか。
添い寝？ちゃんと告白できるかしら？
どうかな。 うまくいくといいんだけど。
I could hear breathing of someone sleeping. This was my own breath. The moment I thought about it, I realized I had fallen asleep. But my body still felt sluggish, and the tense drowsiness was trying its hardest to keep my consciousness from awakening. I turned over on the pillow. Amane's voice. For a moment, I thought I'd heard Senpai's voice, then right beside my ear.
かわいいな。
I heard her more clearly this time. This was Senpai's voice for sure. Still half asleep, I slightly opened my eyes. Senpai. Her face was right in front of me. A bright light was shining from the ceiling. See, I'd fallen asleep in the garage. Like sleeping exhaustion got to me, and I'd fallen asleep when I was staring at the monotonous screen of the simulator. But why was Senpai's face in front of me? Also, this pillow. It's soft and it feels good. It feels so good. I stared around to bury my face in the pillow. Huh? This pillow was strangely warm. I stared around and moved as well. What could it be? Senpai's lap? Did you put my head on her lap? When I realized this surprising fact, I was already mostly awake. What's going on? Why is my head on Senpai's lap? I recalled the events from before I fell asleep and things just didn't add up. I'm sure I fell asleep when I was sitting on the chair and practicing with the simulator. But right now I'm proudly lying down on the floor with my head on Senpai's lap. I must half asleep. What did I do to get to this point?
葵くんの寝顔、かわいいな。
Senpai was staring at my face and giggling. When I heard that, I immediately started pretending I was still asleep. Brush, brush. Her hand brushed my hair. She smiled happily. She's so cute. Seeing her smile made me happy as well. Also, brush, brush. Her hand brushing my hair felt really good. So good that if I was careless, I'd fall asleep again. Maybe I should sleep like this. My head in her lap, and her brushing my hair. I can't think of a more comfortable way to sleep, but why am I sleeping with my head on her lap? Arrived at a very fundamental question, but asking it would ruin this blissful moment. So I decided to keep pretending to be asleep a little longer. She leaned forward a little. Squeezed. Her ample breasts touched my cheek. Senpai was peeking my face from up close. I shut my eyelids tight so that she wouldn't realize I was awake. I could feel her warmth very close to me. What are you doing, Senpai?
なんだろうこれ。心臓がドキドキするぞ。
She said this while looking at my face. Then she suddenly... kissed. Something soft and warm pressed against my lips. Was this a kiss? There's no way I could have forgotten that wet, juicy sensation. No doubt about it, it was a kiss. I was surprised and unintentionally opened my eyes. My eyes meet hers, merely a few centimeters away. What are you doing, Senpai?
これは、葵くんが寝てて、首が辛そうだったから。
She was frantically making excuses. Normally, she would have turned bright red and ran away, but unfortunately, she couldn't move because my hat was on her lap. I was just staring at her in silence. She had a troubled expression, her eyes were darting around. Did you just kiss me? Senpai instantly froze.
してないぞ。夢でも見たんじゃないかな。葵くん、ぐっすり眠っていたから。
She played dumb. You're lying. After all, I know how your lips feel. You did it, right?
した。
She gave up and nodded as if she was hanging her head. I said bitterly, you know about my feelings and still did something like that?
だって、したかったから。
I want to do that too. To kiss you.
そうなのか。
She looked into my eyes doubtfully.
じゃあ、もう一回。
What does she mean by one more time? But of course I didn't reject her. She brought her lips close. I let her kiss me. I felt that tender, juicy sensation on my lips once again. At the same time, something soft pressed against my cheek. Since her breasts are so big, they can't help but press against me when she kisses me in this position.
2回もしてしまったぞ。
Senpai squirmed bashfully. With my head still on her lap, I look up and said, "The feelings haven't changed since last year. I still love you."
本当か?
She muttered with a surprised expression. I lifted up my body. Then I turned around, hung over Amane, and pushed her down. As she fell onto the floor, she looked up at me and blinked in surprise. I won't be feigning composure anymore. Or rather, I had reached my limit. I want to do it with you.
何を?
That kind of thing.
そうなのか?
Senpai looked at me like a wild rabbit that had been spotted by a fox. It was such a pitiable expression, but right now I felt like teasing her a little, so I got even bolder. I was a little angry that Senpai was so defenseless, even though she knew my feelings. Also, it's better than if someone random took her first time. That thought also crossed my mind. My feelings didn't let me think about what would happen if I did it with her. After I did with her. Senpai had a slightly uneasy expression, but she made no attempt to resist me. Instead, she was waiting for my next move. "Senpai, I'm ready to have your first time, okay?" I hung over her and forcefully kissed her. Then I impatiently pulled up her top. Them's the bigums! Bad part is I'm actually gonna have to slightly read through that one, because the confession of them realizing, oh, okay, that's what's been going on, might be in the middle of the sex scene. See you afterwards. That's always nice, isn't it? Alright, they're done having sex, and things have been cleared up. Huh? Senpai, were you thinking we're going out with me for this past year? I'm still gonna keep this up in case nude spread and all that. Oh, she's dressed. This fact suddenly dawned on me. Senpai nodded apologetically. But that's... Huh?
どうやらそれは間違いだったらしいと先日みんなから聞かされた。
Everyone? So the others had heard everything from Amane. That's why they were acting weird lately.
それでちゃんと好きだと言った方がいいと教えられたんだが、なかなかうまくいかなくてな。けど伝えられてよかったよ。
Well, we were already having sex before you said it, though. Got the order mixed up, but in the end everything worked out, so it's already yes! Then why were you looking at the sex ed site?
お付き合いについて学ぶ必要があるようだったので勉強していたら、あそこに行き着いたんだ。それはそんなにおかしなことなのか?
No, not really. And once we started going out, you'll probably have sex sooner or later. It's not a bad idea to study about it beforehand. However, that basically means Senpai was studying about sex in order to do it with me. That's why. Exhausted, I sat down on the ground. Everything really turned out alright in the end. Though we mixed up the order of things. I did convey my feelings properly on the top of that. I did not sex with her. For some reason, when I let my mind wander, I felt like laughing. This tremendous sense of accomplishment and the self-confidence I gained from it made me feel like I leveled up as a man. Senpai was so cute when she was acting like a spoiled child while we were having sex. I love her. I love her so much. I'm still in the call. I hope I'm not still in the call. I am. I'm not in the call anymore. Good. That's good. Because I had to skim the sex scene anyways, I decided I'm just gonna sit it down in the meeting room in my Discord server and just basically sit there and stream myself skimming through the H scene in case anyone wants to join in and watch. Because the culture reviewers are just like that. To think that she could speak in such a sweet, spoiled voice. I'm surely I'm the only one in the world who knows this. I'm surely the only one in the world who knows this. Mochizuki Amane is mine and only mine. Seppa looked at me when I started laughing and tilted her head in wonder.
そういえば、葵くんは私の胸が好きなのだな。
Huh? She brushed her huge breasts with her hands.
胸が大きくてよかった。そのおかげで葵くんに好きになってもらえた。
Nah, that's not it. I'm not after your boobs.
違うのか?
She stared at me blankly. Well, I do like him, but that's not the reason why I fell in love with you.
そうなのか。難しいな。でも、触ってみたかったのだろ? いつでも言ってくれればよかったのに。
No, that'd be bad. I couldn't ask you to let me touch your breasts just like that.
そうか? 私は構わないんだが。
I'm gonna touch him for a bit. When I said that, Seppa spread her arms without a word. I feel like touching him right now would be a wrong thing, but... Bounce. There's no way I could hold myself back. I touched him with my hands, embraced her, and buried my face in her bosom. Damn, they're soft. Without a bra, her breasts felt incredibly soft, even to her clothes. I indulged myself in them for a while. Squeeze. She hugged me back. Bye-bye.
私も、葵くんにこうするのが好きだ。なんだか、ほっとする。
Joe, you're relieved. Sense of security was even stronger than lust. But please wear a bra.
どうしてだ?
Because it's too defenseless. Please, I'm serious.
わかったぞ。会えない間、よくあの日のキスのことを思い出してた。そうすると、不思議と胸がドキドキした。
It's raising right now, too. My face buried in her breasts, I could feel it clearly.
葵くんは、私にドキドキをくれる。大好きだ。
Alright, guys, who's best girl in this game and why is it Amane? Do not dare try to tell me otherwise, because you are wrong. Amane is best girl. I will beat you within an inch of your life if you disagree. Have I made myself clear? Good. Anyways. She said happily from the bottom of her heart and hugged my head tightly once again. Seriously, I've never been this happy. As if it interrupted our happy time together, the clock on the wall came into my view. Senpai, it's about time to head home, right? But didn't the last train already leave? I'll see you off to the station. Didn't want it to end like this, but it would be bad if you had no way to return home.
平気だ。ここは机とエアコンがあって快適だからな。
No way. Senpai, how long has it been since you last went home? I asked her timidly. She started counting on her fingers while holding my head.
そう。
She raised at least 5 fingers! Are you living here again? She nodded with a puzzled expression. When I saw that, I felt extremely exhausted again. I'm home!
やっと帰ってきた。おかえりなさい、葵先輩。ずいぶん遅かったのね。
Well, yeah. As Kotri saw my embarrassed evasive reply, she realized something.
その顔は何かいいことあったな?
She grinned broadly. Something did happen, but I'm sure it surpasses even what she's imagined by far. For now, I'll just tell you this. Amane and I started going out. My reply was rather curt due to embarrassment.
へえ。やった！でかした、葵くん。
Also, Amane!
お邪魔します。
なになんであまねちゃん連れてきたの?
Because she was living there. She settled down in the garage again! That's why I dragged her over here.
あまねちゃん、あなたって。
朴ない。
On the way home, I lectured Amane thoroughly, and now she was hanging her head miserably. Oh, she's a fucking hermit who can settle down everywhere, it seems.
おー、なんか形になってきたね。
ああ、そうだな。
この調子でいけば意外とすぐに飛べるんじゃない？
私は飛べなくていい。
Is her mouth slightly open? Or am I just crazy?
なんでさ、絶対気持ちいいって。
そうだろうか。きっと怖いだけだ。こんなもの、いっそ完成しなければいいのに。
へへ、それは無理だね。だって、五十嵐くんがいるもん。彼、すごいよね。あんな難しいこと、軽々やっちゃうんだもん。それに、すごく紳士的だし、かっこいいよね。およよ？またやきもちっすか？
違う。私は彼と違って手先が不器用で、あまり役にも立てていない。
そんなことないない。あまねがいなきゃ、ソアリング部作る許可もらえなかったし。
そんなの、私が何かしたわけじゃない。
それに、設計図書いてくれるんでしょ？この子より、もっとすごいグライダーの。
ああ、そのつもりだ。この機体はよくできているが、細部まで煮詰められてはいない。おそらく、海外の有名なグライダーを参考にしたのだろうが、機能を理解せずに模倣した形跡があって。
はい、ストップ。その話はおしまい。
どうし、
頭こんがらがるから。そういうのは、あんたに一任します。
そうか。
飛ぶの怖がってる割には、設計図書いたり、手伝ってくれるんだね。
それは、ヒスカが約束してくれたからだ。あの雲の上まで、私を連れて行くって。
あまねにも、夢見る乙女回路がちゃんとあったんだね。絶対行けるよ。あまねがいて、五十嵐くんがいてくれれば、できないことなんてないって。
ああ。
Thanks to Tatsuya joining the soaring club, the restoration of the glider went smoothly. Just like Iska said, he was an amazing person. He had to help out around his house, so he couldn't come every day. But he still did more than Iska and I
と
combined.
ころでさ、前から言おうと思ってたんだけど。
なんだ？
そのメガネ、似合ってないよ。
Fucking take it back or I will beat you within an inch of your life. Actually, non-life now, probably. Except I still don't believe that she's dead. She's gonna come back by the end of this. I'll tell you right now, she's gonna come back at some point. Still though, I'm gonna whoop her ass. Do not diss her glasses. They're actually kind of adorable.
そうか？
あまねはせっかく美人さんなんだからさ、コンタクトにした方がいいって。
Hey, listen, you little fucking non-glasses wearing bitch. Contacts are fucking scary. Like, I will never wear contacts because you consistently have to like fucking look up and just like watch your finger go into your eye in order to put them in. And then, when they're in your eye, there's a chance that they start slipping. And suddenly they can be like back here, and you have to get them out somehow, or it's gonna be permanent fucking eye damage. I knew someone who constantly had problems like that. And he had like an eye sickness where glasses weren't really an option. They were only like a short-term solution or a slight aid. And like, I've had to help him get his like contacts out from back there quite a lot of times. I will never fucking wear contacts, and I will fucking beat you past the inch of your life for that. Glasses are not a negative thing. Get the right glasses and it can even make someone look better than without. It's Glasses can be more than just, yes, I need see good. It can be used for fucking fashion. People wear sunglasses for no other reason than that they look good sometimes as well. Fuck you, Iska! I will beat you!
そうだろうか。
きっとモテモテだよ。
別にモテモテじゃなくていいぞ。
相変わらずお子ちゃまだな、アマネは。
Time was passing slowly. I was with Iska. It was like the whole world was glittering. I was under the illusion that this would last for all eternity. I didn't realize at all just how important that sparkling time was. Back then I was thinking of the restoration that was going smoothly and the test flight that was waiting for me afterwards. I was living my days like a kid waiting in line to get a flu shot.
望月先生、荷物を届けに上がりました。
おお。
Since early this morning, several men in white lab coats were bringing packages to Flying Fish
ど
Manor.
こへ運べばいいんでしょ
私の部屋は2階の一番奥だ。
わかりました。
何の騒ぎか。
As they heard the commotion, Kotri and Hat picked out from their room. Apparently, those are tools Amane needs for her work. The other day, when I discovered that Senpai was living in this school garage, I forced her to come and stay at Flying Fish Manor. And after that, she officially moved in. She's not a Keifu Academy student, but she will be working as a lecturer, so commuting to work from here will be convenient. We had vacant rooms anyways, and got permission from the owner. Then Senpai called the lab in good spirits and got them to deliver the tools she needed for work, but
すごいよね。
yeah. There were several computers, not even sure if those were real PCs or not. Blueprint printer, and there's a 3D scanner, right? And plenty of other equipment and tools with unknown purposes were being carried in as well. The room was turned into a research
う。お
lab.
願いします、望月先生。ラボに戻ってきてくださいよ。
やだ。
そんな、困るんですよ、先生。
A man who was much older than Senpai frantically bowed his head and looked deeply troubled.
だってあそこにいると君たちはどんどん私の仕事を増やそうとするだろう。
それは。
それにここにいる方がリラックスできて仕事もはかどるんだ。しばらく帰るつもりはないと父にも伝えておいてくれ。
とほほ。
When I saw her brushing off an adult man like that, it really showed just how incredible she is.
にしてもあれね、研究所の人って本当に白衣着てるのね。
There's gonna be a sex scene with her in a white lab coat, isn't there? Yeah, they do. While Senpai was moving in, we were preparing breakfast as usual. I guess we'll have to start making 1.5 extra portions from now on. Amane will be eating about that much.
にしてもまたガレージに住み着いてたなんて進歩がないわね、あまねちゃんも。
Kotri was grinning as she made that mean remark. Apparently, she was overjoyed now that Senpai was living with us again.
ああいうちょっと抜けた人には葵くんのようなしっかり者がお似合いだわ。
I mean, honest to God, I can just see him becoming like a fucking house husband. Part-time, at least. Like, he can have like a job outside, probably. But still, like, main job is basically like taking care that she doesn't fucking become a goddamn cave hermit again.
ハットもそう思うでしょ？こが。そう思うって。
So reassuring that even a duck agrees with that.
朝から動き回ってお腹が空いたぞ。
Amane totted into the dining hall. Breakfast will be done soon. How is moving and coming along?
もう終わる。
Thinking about it, all the girls aside from Aga, probably, seem like people that he could indulge and take care of in a way. Because Asa, well, it's fucking obvious. We've already seen for Kotri. We know what's going on with Amane. And Yoru seems like she wants to be spoiled a lot, despite her stoic demeanor. She sat down, clearly exhausted. Kotri, could you bring everyone some cold tea?
わかった。ハト、おいで。
わあわあ。
Kotri put the tray with barley tea on her knees and headed with hat towards the entrance hall. Put a glass of barley tea in front of Senpai. Yeah, you are Senpai? Senpai? What? She just hugs him. Suddenly, she stood up and hugged me. She held my head against her chest and squeezed it tight. Wait, Senpai!
朝から幸せだ。
She muttered with joy coming from the bottom of her heart. When I heard that, I couldn't pull myself away from her. Kotri's going to come back soon.
そうか。
Boing. Boing. This was off. Apparently, she was wearing a bra today, but even so, the softness was
こ
amazing.
れからはずっと一緒だな。
Huh?
わ。あ、荷物運び終わったから帰るって。
Kotri who came right after Hat, said that. Seems I got away in time, so she hasn't noticed anything. But thank you. So glad I came in first. Came back first.
アマネちゃん、今日からまた一緒ね。ああ、一緒だ。
Senpai replied happily to the delighted Kotri and then patted her on the head. Senpai's two offenses after all. And she was supposed to reflect on this and be more careful.
アゲハ、こここんなもんでいいか？
オッケー、上手上手。あーちゃん、
こっちは？
さすがはマイシスター。いい感じだよ。
Masazuka and Hotaru came to help, and the remodeling of the aircraft was going very smoothly. However, Hotaru aside, it's quite unexpected that Masatsuko came to help too.
ちっくしょう、騙されたぜ。
は？
お前に彼女ができたって言うから見に来たんだよ。そしたら、はい、手伝ってだもんな。
あの人だよね。青兄の彼女さん。
Hotaru discreetly pointed to the other side of the garage.
ここの潤滑を良くすることでこっちの関節が。
Senpai was in the midst of work right now. She was staring at the computer screen and muttering something to herself, unaware that we were gossiping about her. Yep, Hotaru and Masatsugu both knew Amane, but apparently they never thought that she was my girlfriend. Well, I guess it was a little unexpected.
綺麗な人だよね。すごく優しいし。
くっそ、いいな。美人な上に年上かよ。
Apparently Masatsugu broke up with the girlfriend he used to brag about. He said it was because their tastes in music didn't match, but I don't quite get what he meant.
ほらほら、だべってないで作業に集中する。
んだ、誰も手伝うなんて言ってねえのによ。
Masatsugu was muttering and complaining, but he kept working. All in all, he's a good friend. We had plenty of help, so I could focus on the simulator. Handling seems to be more difficult than before the improvements. Rather, the tendencies it had are more pronounced now. It's only natural, considering it's an aircraft designed for the specific purpose of reaching the morning glory. It's glad that Amane had designed and everyone is making. I will be piloting it. We'll get to do the best part. Can't afford to fail. Can't let it come within our grasp and then let it slip away right before our eyes like it did last year. When I thought about that, bitter memories from back then disrupted my concentration. I don't have enough training. As I muttered that and looked ahead, I saw Senpai. Thought she was working, but instead she took the framed picture that had been standing on the desk and was looking at it. Walked up from behind, looked at the photo with her. Those are amazing clouds. I understand why Iska longed for them.
Oh.
Her reply was somewhat unclear. Huh? I looked at the picture. A strange
どう
thought.
した？
Well... I just thought that the cloud we saw last year what really was the morning glory.
Eh?
When you look at it like this, it doesn't look completely different. The magnificent cloud that was captured on this small photo. I'm sure that the sight beyond that, what this picture covered, was even more spectacular. In comparison to the cloud we saw last year were certainly beautiful, but maybe I'm thinking too hard about this. It's just a difference in size, or perhaps this picture was just taken very well. In any case, clouds like these are not common. Sorry I said something weird. I apologized and went back to the simulator. Senpai was looking at the photograph for a while. That's when she found out that it was an unformed one. Our summer vacation passed in the blink of an eye. Before I knew it, the Yobon Festival was already coming up. And one day... Oh, yeah. The main wings were there. Still unpainted, but otherwise finished.
あとはくっつけて、磨いて、塗装すれば完成よ。まあ、それが大変なんだけどね。もうこんなにできていたのか。
Senpai examined every nook and cranny of the newly assembled main wings.
よくできてる。加工技術も完璧じゃないか。あんちゃん直伝ですから。ねえ、どんな気分？自分が設計したものが形になるのって。そうだな。
She made a slightly troubled face.
この人の場合、もう何度も経験してるんじゃないかしら。そっか、そういうお仕事だもんね。そうか、ジェ
Kotari seemed disappointed and we were very excited and wanted her to rejoice too. I also felt like that.
けど、不思議な感覚だ。こうして少しずつ形になっていくのを見ていると、気分が高揚する。
It was faint, but her eyes certainly sparkled a little. When you saw that, Kotari and everyone's eyes also glittered.
これが空を飛ぶところが、早く見たいぞ。そうこなくっちゃ。
When I got heard that, she walked towards the wall of our workplace.
本。皆さん、ちょっといいですか？
She got everyone's attention. On that wall was our work schedule. Everyone looked at a few points that were corrected with a red
ここにい
pen.
るマーボー君とホタルちゃんの助っ人のおかげもあって、工期を短縮することができそうです。
Yeah! As our cheers resounded, Aga added new corrections to the red
ど
schedule.
のくらい縮んだの？
ざっと4日。
おお、すげえじゃん。
Of course, those 4 days were thanks to Mazutsugu and Hotaru's help, but Aga and Kotari were also doing their best, and Asa and Yoru have gotten used to the work. Everyone was completely focused on building the glider every day, as if they were throwing away their precious summer vacation.
ということは、はい、テストフライトも4日早くできるってことでーす。
Really? I mean, right after the Yobon Festival? Aga nodded
も
vigorously.
ちろん、このまま何の問題も起きなきゃだけどね。
I will stay vigilant of Tobioka.
今まで通り、焦らず慎重に進めるべきだと思うわ。
だな。余裕あるからってヘマこくより、リードした分、丁寧にやった方がいいだろ。
マー君、早く終わらせて遊びたいって言ってたのに。
俺は、単にここまで手伝ったんだから、半端なことになるのが嫌なだけだよ。
というわけで、テストフライトは今月15日に行います。
There was a loud chorus of joy from everyone. So I'll finally be able to. My voice bled excitement as I whispered to myself. It's been 1 year since we were kicked out of this garage. Now we finally will be able to fly in the skies over Kazugawara. But everyone was jumping for joy. Amane appeared lost in thought. Something wrong,
うん
wrong, senpai?
実はな、私からもみんなに話があるんだ。
Everyone quieted down and looked at senpai.
先日、葵くんが話してただろ？モーニンググローリーについて。
What was it?
言ってたじゃないか。去年私たちが飛んだあの雲が、本当にモーニンググローリーだったのかって。
Ah, it was just passing thoughts. I had already forgotten
それ
about it.
で、ちょっと気になって調べてみたんだ。
Amane went to her seat and turned the computer monitor so that everyone could see. On the screen there was a photo we took during our flight last year, lined up side by side with a scan of the photo taken by the previous members.
こっちの雲。私たちが去年の夏、風車の丘から見た雲だわ。
Asa and Yoru were at the Windmill Hill that day and saw those clouds. It was such an impressive spectacle. We must have remembered it right after looking at this.
この写真がどうかしたんですか？ここに写っている2つの雲はよく似ている。だから私も疑わなかった。けれど、葵くんは違うかもしれないと言っていた。それが気になって調べてみたんだ。
Nobody knew what Amane could be talking about, so they listened
厳
in
密に
silence.
言うと、あの雲はモーニンググローリーとは呼べないものだった。どういうことですか？発生のメカニズムは似ているが、規模が全然違う。あの雲はモーニンググローリーになろうとして、しかし何かが足りず途中で消えてしまった、いわば出来損ないだったんだ。
Not fully formed. Look closely at the photo lined up on the screen. The scale was indeed different. Or rather, it seemed like the cloud we saw last year was in a process of forming a morning glory.
去年起きたんだから、もうしばらくは起こらないって言ってたあれは。
That's what Amane said when she refused to be our
あれ
supervisor.
は間違いだった。近いうちに起こる可能性がある。いや、あの雲こそが、今年の夏に本物のモーニンググローリーが現れる予兆だったんだ。
Senpai's words were enveloped by the noisy chatter that erupted in the garage.
もちろん、何か根拠があるんですよね。
Senpai nodded.
私が新型の風車を建てるプロジェクトに参加していることは知っていると思う。その仕事の資料として、過去に観測された風ヶ浦の詳細な気象データを閲覧できるようになった。
Senpai displayed the data on the
それ
monitor.
を調べてみたところ、面白いことが分かった。
面白いこと？
今から28年前、OB の人たちが飛んだモーニンググローリーが発生した前年の8月26日に、私と葵くんがフライトしたあの雲と同じ現象が風ヶ浦で起こっていた可能性が高い。
それってどういうことですか？つまり、かつて本物のモーニンググローリーが現れた前年の夏にも、出来損ないの雲が現れていたってことね。
Yoru gave a simple explanation for those of us who couldn't follow along and started looking over the weather data that Senpai showed. The rest of us wouldn't get it even if we looked at the data, but this girl might be able to grasp
出
it.
来損ないの雲が発生した翌年、本物のモーニンググローリーが出現しているんだ。
たまたまってことはないんですか？
Senpai shook her
そ
head.
れが希少な現象なのだとすれば、2年連続で似た現象が起こることの方が可能性は低い。だから、私はこう仮説を立ててみたんだ。あれは、モーニンググローリーが出現する大きな予兆なのではないかと。
When Senpai declared this so clearly, it took our breaths away. To us, that hypothesis sounded more like a vague
デー
prophecy.
タを見たって私たちにはわからないけど。
But we had a good enough basis to trust in that prophecy-like hypothesis. We believe. That's right. Because of nothing else, as some Amane said.
ただ、可能性があるというだけで、必ずとは言い切れない。何せ、風ヶ浦におけるモーニンググローリー発生のメカニズムは解明されていないからな。筑波山を越えてくる山岳波の影響であることは間違いないんだが。 それで十分。そうです。先輩にそう言っていただけただけで、私ら頑張れるんですから。いい話、聞かせてもらっちゃいました。よーし、もうひと踏ん張りするわよ。
ほんと単純ね。
俺らも最後まで付き合うか。
そうだね。青兄たちが飛んでるところ見てみたいし。
The test flight. Morning glory that might appear this year. Obviously, our motivation was rising. And then Tobioka showed up and needed a kick in the ass.
はぁ、いいお湯だった。あ、あまねちゃん。やあ、小鳥。ちょっといいかな。ん？何か用か？これ、返そうと思って。イスカの高校日誌じゃないか。やっぱり、私が持っているのは変でしょ？そんなことないと。あまねちゃんが持っておくべきものだと思う。だって、そこに出てくる大親友は、あまねちゃんのことなんだから。私ね、実は昔、そんな昔じゃないわ。たった1年前のことよ。学校が大嫌いで、友達もいなくて、何も楽しいことがなくて。学校辞めて、家に帰ろうとしてたの。そうなのか。友達なら大勢いるじゃないか。学校もいつも楽しそうだ。それは、あまねちゃんと出会ってからよ。葵くんがここの寮母になって、アゲハと友達になって。朝と夜が入部してきて、他にもたくさんの人たちと知り合って。今じゃやりたいこともたくさんあって、ほんと毎日が楽しいわ。でも、その前は、思い出すと寒気がするくらいどん底で、本気で学校を辞めようとしてたの。でもそれは、人生を自分からドブに投げ捨てるようなもので、葵くんがそれを踏みとどまらせてくれたんだけど、葵くんやあまねちゃんと出会う前の私って、ほんと嫌な子で、友達一人もいなかったのね。そんな私にとってその日記は、数少ない救いみたいなものだったの。この日誌がかい？イスカって、もしかして友達少なかったんじゃない？よくわかったな。友達と呼べそうなのは、私と達也くらいだったぞ。やっぱり、なんか似てたのよ。そういう雰囲気？本当は友達欲しいくせに、自分からは言えなくて、隅っこでイジイジしてるような、シンパシーを感じたってやつね。だからね、私、毎日学校から帰ってきて、この部屋でその日記を読みながら、イスカのことを自分の親友だって思うことにしてたの。イスカと一緒に空を飛ぶ夢を見て、自分もグライダー作りに参加してる気分だったわ。そうすることで、寂しさを紛らわせてたの。そういえば君は、この日誌を読んでグライダーに興味を持ったって言ってたの。そっか。ずっとイスカと一緒に夢を見ていたのか。日記の中に登場する大親友のことも想像したわ。どんな子なんだろうって。すごく頭が良くて、綺麗で、けどちょっと変な子だって書いてあったわ。ああ、私も読んだぞ。その子とも友達になれたらって思ってた。じゃあもう慣れたじゃないか。ええ、なんか変な感じだけど。本当に君は、イスカに導かれて、あのガレージへ来たんだな。うん。だから、私にとってイスカは大恩人なの。彼女が聞いたら喜ぶだろう。そうかな。それならやっぱり、私のは想像だもの。イスカが一番大切にしていたのは、あなたよ。イスカが見た夢を見続けるんだったら、持っててほしいの。友達として。友達として。もうすぐあまねちゃんが、イスカのために設計した翼が完成するわ。
楽しみだ。それから、この話誰にもしちゃダメよ。特に葵くんとか、絶対笑うから。笑わないと思うぞ。笑わなくてもダメ。だって恥ずかしいもん。わかった。君と私との秘密だ。
Amane?
いや、葵くん。
Felt someone's presence in the dining room and peeked inside. Seppa was sitting at the table with an opened notebook. What are you doing this late? When I asked her that, she looked at the clock on the wall. It was already late at
も
night.
うこんな時間なのか。
Seemed like she got too focused and lost track of time. The notebook she had opened was Iska's flight
小
log.
鳥が、私が持っておくべきだと言って。
Think so too?
うん。
Got a drink from the fridge, poured 2 glasses, and put one in front of
あり
Senpai.
がとう。
Looked really happy when you were reading this diary. She smiled, looked impressed, surprised, disgusted, and sad. That's surely because the time you spent with Iska was so great. It was a little painful for me. For Amane, the most precious time was that time she spent with her friend Iska, not with me. It made me a little jealous, but I couldn't do anything about it. Also, we still have our future ahead of us.
イスカは、私に色をくれた。
Color. She nodded.
彼女と出会う以前、私の世界はモノトーンだった。
What do you mean? What was monotone?
そのまんまだ。私には世界がそう見えていたんだ。
Yeah, she meant the world looked like a black and white movie to her.
別に色を認識できないわけじゃない。リンゴは赤く見えるし、晴れた空は青く映る。けど、感じないんだ。色を。多分私が楽しんでいなかったせいなんだと思う。
Weren't? She nodded quietly.
以前の私は、この世界に正しい答えは一つだと思っていた。どんな問いにも、本当に正しい答えは一つ。それが当然だと信じて疑ってなかった。そんな私に、イスカが言ったんだ。バカだなって。
Huh? She called you an idiot?
ああ、バカだ。
Senpai was telling me about these memories, strangely happily and proudly.
初めてだったんだ。人からバカと言われたのは。それまで、誰もが私に対しては、賢いだの、天才だのとしか言わなかったから。
Senpai was probably regarded as a prodigy since she was very young, and everyone around her was praising her. Because no doubt nobody would label a child like that as an idiot. However, Iska was different. She probably just said it like it was nothing.
私は当然わからなかった。なぜ私がバカと言われたのか。すると、イスカはこんな風に続けた。正しいとか間違ってるとか、僕はないと思う。それを決められるのは自分だけだ。だってそうだろ？誰かにとって正しくても、他の誰かにとって間違ってるってことはたくさんあるんだ。だから僕は、僕にとって何が正しいか、他人に決められるのなんてごめんだね。迷った時は、自分の心に耳を澄ませるといい。あんたの正しい答えは、そこにある。君にも同じことを言われたな。
When Amane refused to be our supervisor, I told her something similar. But I was desperate back then. I didn't think too deeply about that.
イスカの話を聞いて、正直、すごいショックを受けた。だって、試験の問題には正答は一つだけ。それが全世界共通のルールだと信じていたから。けどイスカは、そんな私を笑い飛ばして、正しい答えは人の数だけあるという。それで思ったんだ。彼女こそ天才なんじゃないかって。
Come to think of it, Amane did say that Iska was a genius numerous
イスカ
times.
が教えてくれたんだ。私はバカだって。いやー、危なかったよ。イスカが気づかせてくれなかったら、今もまだ私は天才かもって勘違いしていたところだ。
Again, she was talking happily. She often says that something happened because she's an idiot, but when she does that, it's always out of pride.
イスカは他にもたくさんのことを教えてくれた。風の匂いや、降り注ぐ日の光の心地よさや、雨の日の憂鬱や、冬の寒い日に飲む温かい紅茶の味や、授業をサボることや、いたずらをすることや、学校を抜け出してコンビニへ行くことや。
This is going in away directions.
校舎が建て替わる前は、ガレージの裏に抜け道があって、そこから外へ出られたんだ。よくコンビニへ出かけて、夏ならアイスクリーム、冬はほかほかの肉まんを食べたぞ。
She looked like she was about to start drooling. I'm sure she was a glutton back then too. Those were her precious memories. But looking at that dormy from outside, it seemed like the link. But looking at that story from the outside, it seemed like a delinquent teaching a bunch of bad things to a diligent student.
正しいことと間違っていること。いいことと悪いこと。役に立つものと立たないもの。物事をそんな風にしか捉えていなかった私に、イスカはそうじゃないものがあることを教えてくれた。世界のほとんどはそうじゃなかったんだ。そう思えるようになってから、世界が輝き出した。小さなきらめきをそこかしこに見つけられるようになった。イスカが私の世界に色をくれた。
Amane was talking about her precious memories with sparkles in her eyes. When I looked at the profile of her face, it's my beloved senpai. That's what I thought. Her eyes, that were clear and full of curiosity like those of a young child, were glittering with the countless sparkles, like sky when you look up at it from under the water. This was the Amane I came to love and admire. Senpai certainly is a genius, there's no doubt about it. However, because of that, she was sure that everything has to be arranged in harmony. Whether something could or couldn't be done, she knew the outcome beforehand. She wasn't interested in anything, and wasn't enjoying anything. And maybe while the world seemed monotone to her, meeting Isuka became the key that made Mochizuki Amane who she is today. So your best friend also became your supporter, huh? She nodded deeply. However, her eyes were soon clouded with sadness.
けれど、イスカはいなくなってしまった。何も言わず、唐突に、あの日から、私の世界はモノトーンに戻った。
Her eyes, that were filled with hope and excitement, completely changed, her face sunk in sadness. When I saw that, I remembered something Anchan told me some time ago. After Isuka disappeared, Amane changed. She wouldn't let anyone get close to her. She cut her ties with Anchan as well. Can't imagine her like that now, but when I asked her to be a club supervisor, I did get that sort of feeling. It was like she was trying to distance herself from us. And yet she continued building the glider on your own. Senpai flipped to the diary in silence until she stopped on the last page. Her eyes fell on, I want to cross over the passage of clouds. Those were the words written there.
イスカは約束してくれたんだ。私をあの雲の上へ連れて行ってくれるって。別に行きたくないという私に、そこへ行けば私も絶対感動するからと言って。私はイスカがいつ戻ってきてもいいようにグライダー製作を続けた。けど本当はなんとなく分かっていたんだ。イスカはもう戻ってこないと。
Why? Why'd you keep staying in that garage?
あの約束が続く限り、イスカと過ごした時間の中にとどまれる。そう思っていたんだ。けれど、何事にも最後の時は訪れる。
Was that day when we flew last year, right? Senpai nodded. That day when we looked up at the disappearing clouds, she whispered, it was goodbye. That was probably when she decided to put her time with Isuka into the past, changing it into memories. So that's why you refused to become our supervisor.
はあ、イスカとの思い出に触れるのが辛かったんだ。
She said that apologetically. I gently clasped her hand, tell her that there was no need to feel that way. But then, why did you come back in the end?
楽しんでいたことを思い出したんだ。飛ぶように設計したグライダーが飛ぶ。当たり前のことなのに、不思議とドキドキする。あの気持ちを、葵くんや小鳥や、みんなが思い出させてくれた。
I feel like you should also give some credit to Anchan there.
そして気がついたんだ。私にとって大切な時間は、イスカと過ごした日々だけじゃないって。その時間は、まだ終わってなかったって。私が勝手に終わったと思っていただけで、葵くんたちは、まだ続けていた。私のせいで、ガレージもグライダーも失ったのに。それでも、まだそこに、いてくれた。
Reflexively squeezed her hand that was holding her. I was holding a little more firmly. Continued on, time and time again, if it was the right thing to do. To be honest, I even thought of quitting multiple times. I wanted to fly a glider, there were other ways. I would have found some other fun things to do if I looked for them. But I couldn't let go of it. So that's just like Amane kept holding on to her promise with Iska. It was too important, so I didn't want to quit. We're you juniors, so we were influenced by you, and we've turned into idiots.
本当だな。みんなバカばっかりだ。
Seppa laughed and wiped a tear that appeared in the corner of her eye at some point with her finger.
テストフライトが今から楽しみなんだ。みんながやってきたことが形になる瞬間が。
It's a dream you two left to us.
夢か。
As she whispered that, she traced the edge of the notebook with her finger. Perhaps she was still hesitant to face her memories of Iska. How do you see the world now? The question made her stare at me in puzzlement. She looked at my face fixatedly and squeezed my hand back. Squeezed back my hand.
ピンク色にキラキラしてる。
Huh? Yeah, it's like I was a little different from what I had expected.
葵くんといるといつもピンク色だ。空気を吸い込むと甘い香りがするんだ。
Is that so? Seems that if I brought it too deeply, I might have spoiled the serious conversation we just had. It seems that if I brought it too deeply, I might have spoiled the serious conversation we just had. It's getting late. Let's go to sleep. I stood up, Seppa kept sitting and holding my hand, looking at me regretfully. Took a quick look towards the entrance of the dining hall and then leaned over. It's a good night, kiss. I said slightly embarrassed. I smiled with satisfaction. Alright, let's go to sleep.
わかった。おやすみ。
She said and then slouched onto the table. What are you doing, senpai?
だから寝るんじゃないか。
Why don't you go back to your room?
寝る場所がないんだ。
Why not?
面目ない。
It turned out her room was completely filled with work-related materials and equipment, and there was no space to sleep. Even so, the dining hall table is no place to sleep.
どうしてだ？扇風機があるし、広々としてて意外と快適だぞ。
This girl. Sleep in my bed.
いいのか？
Yeah, I'll sleep on the floor. Can't let her sleep in the dining hall, but it's late at night already, so you can't clean up her room either.
君もベッドで寝ればいいじゃないか。
I'm not confident I could keep my sense of reason, so I'll pass.
保つ必要なんてないと思うが。
I do! Kotori is sleeping next door? Should keep stuff like this in moderation.
ないと思うんだがな。
Seppa murmured in disappointment and crawled into bed. 3 seconds later. What? She's already asleep. She was really good at falling asleep. And I wanted another good night kiss. Senpai was already sound asleep. I kissed her on the cheek and then laid out a blanket on the flood. On the flood? No. No! Not the flood! Get those aliens away from me! Context. Back when I was in grade school, I had a friend. Actually, no, but that point we were already like... What, were we already in the 5th grade or 6th grade? I don't think so, actually. I'm not sure right now. But basically, I had a friend, and I would often go to his place, and we would play Halo 1, the campaign, together. Because we've never finished it. And neither has he. And we basically were playing the campaign together all the time. And one day, during a sleepover, at fucking midnight, while we were in the living room secretly playing, while his parents were already asleep, just all the lights off, we were just in there, and then, like, this was Halo 1, and we happened upon the flood levels at midnight. Pitch blackness in the entire room, aside from the illumination from the screen. We decided, like, basically, we had made a pact that day. We will not play this shit alone! If one plays it, the other is to be there as well! Weather has been clear since morning.
出る準備はできてるのか
Hanchan got out of the pickup truck that he parked in front of the garage. Yeah, we finished loading everything onto the trailer.
よし。じゃあ車に繋いでくれ。
I got connected the trailer to the back of the pickup truck. Glad it was loaded onto the trailer.
ついにできたんだな。
Yeah. Finished remodeling last night. We ran into some unexpected trouble that caused some delays, but everyone worked hard and stayed up late to carry out the test flight and not on time. Starting to Delhi, we'll be going to the runway. Then we'll be flying.
できたよ、あんちゃん。
よし。じゃあ行くか。
来た。
Both and the others were waiting at the runway. They had gone ahead to prepare the winch and such. Hold on.
よし。じゃあ行くか。
来た。
Then we're gonna end the part here, actually. Hope you guys enjoyed this one, and see you next time. Bye-bye.